Session. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Can I please have the Pledge of Allegiance from Councilmember Parkhurst?
Would you please stand if you're able? And ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I have one of those things that I just can't let go. So I picked up a book recently called A Libertarian Walks into a Bear, the utopian plot to liberate an American town and some bears. And I picked it up because I thought it was amusing, and it ends up that this is not fiction. It is nonfiction. It has a whole lot in it. There's quite a bit, but there's one part that tonight really applies to our agenda, the budgeting session, and it's about two towns in New Hampshire. The book is about a town in New Hampshire, Grafton, but there is a section in here about two towns. So there is the town of Grafton and the town of Canaan, C-A-N-A-A-N. And these two towns had about the same population. And, but they took a slightly different approach to how they taxed their residents. And it says here, both communities tax residents with the same fiscal goal in mind of growing their population. If a community attracts and retains people, it spreads the tax burden over more taxpayers and creates a virtuous cycle of economic growth and prosperity. But the difference between the two towns was that where Canaan tried to attract people by emphasizing tax-funded services, Grafton emphasized lower taxes. It's a really interesting approach to read about and to think about what we're trying to do here when we're looking at budget. These are pretty much two extremes, and I'll let you read the book to find out what happens in each of them. But it made me think about us and how we are tonight considering how we're spending our taxpayer money on services to create economic growth and prosperity. And with that, I turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Parkhurst. Could I have roll call, please, for City Council?
Yes. Mayor Christine Lowe.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Jean Goss.
Here.
Councilmember Edward Garcia.
Here.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kelly Krebs is excused from today's meeting. And Councilmember Robert Parkhurst.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum?
Thank you. Supplemental information from City Clerk regarding the agenda?
There is no information that for tonight, no additional information.
I have a question for our city manager, I guess. I'm not sure. The agenda has every budget listed for both days. Do we have to stop the meeting at one point if we don't get to the other ones? Am I supposed to stop after a certain point and then continue?
We scheduled them that way so that we could continue if the council wanted to continue after Public Works. We could continue down the list, but if you get to a certain spot where you're like, we've had enough, Mr. City Manager, we'll come back tomorrow, we can stop there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great explanation. All right, do we have any public comment from the audience tonight? Okay, let's move on to our amazing budget. Thank you for all the hard work that our staff has done to put these forward. I know this is one of the first times that I've known this to happen, and I think it's really rewarding, and I think our staff are including and our public as much as possible in this important aspect of City Council. All right, so the first discussion item is going to be City Manager Michael Bruckner on the budget overview.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everybody. Before we get into tonight's budget study session, which is a two-night process, May 27th and May 28th, I do want to take a moment and recognize all of the staff that helped create this budget study session to bring this information to the council and to the public. It was a monumental task, this budget process. We started a little bit later than I would have liked, knowing that we were going to try to bring this item to you in this format, which means we didn't have as much time as we normally would have to pull everything together in the manner and presentation that you see it. And it took a lot of concerted effort, particularly from our finance department, our senior accountant, Selena Yang, our finance and budget manager, Satnam Rate, and our new finance director, Harry Wong, really spent a lot of time going through this information, making sure the information that we're presenting to you is true and correct. And I also want to recognize the executive team and all the department heads that went through this rigorous process with us as we evaluated and really opened the books and looked at all of the facets of the budget, changed the process, the methodology, the philosophy, if you will, of how we're putting the budget together here in Sierra Madre, as well as all of their support staff that supported them in this process as we present this budget to you this evening. So I do want to give them all kudos for that process. So as we've discussed, this is sort of a 2-day process as we envision. We're going to talk about a lot of information. Obviously, it's the council's pleasure if you'd like to continue on past the capital improvement plan this evening, depending on time. But we tried to balance it out with the information that we're going to be presenting to you. So tonight we'll talk about citywide and general fund overview, and then you will receive budget presentations from each department. Those presentations will talk about what those departments do, their org charts, their accomplishments for the year, their work plans, any proposed budget enhancements, and all of the things that we have proposed in this budget for the upcoming fiscal year. In terms of the order of this presentation, we'll talk a little bit about the annual budget process. We'll get into some of the numbers, some of the challenges. Finance Director Wong will talk about the year-end budget update as well as the proposed budget update, and we'll talk about some of the ongoing challenges that we see in the city's budget, and then we'll transition into the department budget presentations. So in terms of a budget process, this year, as the council may recall, around January and February, we wrapped up the mid-year budget process. After that, we jumped right into budget kickoff in early March. Would have liked to have started budget kickoff actually back in January or February, so we were a little bit behind when I say that the process was a little bit shorter than we would have liked. But nevertheless, we were able to bring this to you. Departments submitted their budget requests in March. They met with myself and the finance team, each individual department with the department head and their support staff. We went line by line, object code by object code, fund by fund, account by account, in every department budget. I asked questions, we tested, why is this money here? What have you spent it on? What are you using it for? We looked at 3 or 4 years of prior year's actual. So if there was a budget that was, say, $40,000 in an account, but the 3 or 4 year prior actuals only showed actuals of 10,000, 15,000, 10,000, we reduced the budget to match what we were actually using that funding source for. So what you're seeing is the culmination of that conversation. Here we are in May, having this budget study session to solicit the council's feedback as well as the community feedback about budget priorities. And then we are scheduled to have a public hearing at the second meeting in June for formal budget adoption. Now we'll get into a little bit of sort of citywide budget overview, where we are, how we got here, right? So when I came to Sierra Madre, part of the narrative of what was going on with the Ad Hoc Revenue Committee and the efforts of that group was to try to figure out how do we address the structural deficit, the revenue issues that the city had been facing over the last several years in terms of trying to continue to provide the services that the community wants and expects, to do the service priorities that the council has set for us in previous year budgets. But the narrative was seemingly every year we were doing less with less, and that city services were not properly funded, that employee compensation was falling further behind, and what could we do absent additional revenue to try to address some of those fiscal pressures that existed in the budget. When I came to the city council at the mid-year and we were talking about sort of budget strategy, what we were looking at for fiscal 27, how you wanted staff to begin preparing the budget, it was the consensus of the council at that point that we were looking at a budget to be status quo plus, meaning this year we were in a $1.5 million deficit when the council adopted the budget. Next year we were looking to be somewhere in that range plus service enhancements to try to fit within that model of status quo plus. Every year when we prepare a budget, and this is true for any city, this is not just unique to Sierra Madre, there are competing priorities, right? There's never enough money around to do all of the things that we want to do. There's always pressure for additional staffing needs citywide. There's always additional pressures to address aging infrastructure that needs to be updated or replaced. How do we replace outdated equipment or machinery? And how do we continue to fund the programs and projects and all of the things that we want to get to, we'd love to have, we'd love to be able to provide to the community and respond to every need and every issue that arises, but we just don't have the resources in order to be able to do that. So every year the budget presents these challenges, and every year we have to figure out a service delivery model that tries to meet those expectations. Part of the challenges of Sierra Madre, fiscal challenges, they're sort of structural to the environment, right? Sierra Madre is a built-out city with a small population and a small tax base. We're a full-service city, which is unique to a community our size of 11,000 to have in-house police, in-house fire, in-house library, in-house utilities. It's just not a model that you typically see. Running a city is expensive when you're trying to provide all of these services and the overhead required in order to resource a full-service organization. You still have to have a finance department, an HR department, an IT department, a city clerk, a city council, a city manager, and all of the things that you need in order to run an organization to provide that service delivery. As I mentioned last year, the budget that was adopted included a $1.5 million deficit. Even though inflation has come down, we're still dealing with the overall fiscal pressures of that long-term inflation over the last several years, and the budget hasn't necessarily been able to keep up with some of those pressures, so we've been seeing a lot of cost increases and having to move money around in order to purchase and buy the things and provide the service that currently exists while still trying to defer maintenance and other issues by moving money to address the current needs and the current issues. On a competitive basis, on a workforce basis, when our salaries and wages fall behind the labor market, it makes it incredibly difficult to recruit and retain and attract talent. In order for the workforce to be competitive and to attract qualified folks, we need to figure out strategies to address those issues. I know the council has made some strides in that area, but certainly there is more work to be done in that category. And then there are other cost drivers and fiscal pressures on the budget that we don't control. Health insurance costs, insurance premiums for general liability and other things continue to rise, increase higher and faster than other costs in the budget. Also, things that still exist in the world of fiscal pressures on the budget are pension and other post-employment benefit liabilities. The combined total of those as of June 30th of last year was $9.3 million. Several years ago, the council did set aside money in an OPEB trust, which is nearly fully funded at this point, and we are evaluating ways where we're going to start alleviating costs within the general fund for pay-as-you-go OPEB, which is really medical liabilities for retirees, to start drawing down resources out of that trust to pay for it instead of paying into the trust the annual required contribution, as well as the PAYGO model that we've been doing over the last several years. There is a Section 115 trust that was established several years ago as well. The balance in that is about $500,000. It's accruing interest. Will we ever be able to fully fund that Section 115 trust? I don't know, but there is money in there if we ever see a bad year with CalPERS where our pension payments go up. We could always draw down that money one time to try to smooth that out, and that's also something that we're currently evaluating. Then there are the, yes, Councilmember
So you
Vargas.
had that third bullet in red. Is there a reason that one's in red?
Just to highlight where we are in terms of the condition of the general fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to bring extra attention to
Extra
the
attention to
difference. Okay.
So just to follow up on your last
Yes.
comment as well, the 115 trust, I
Yes.
thought it was just for UAL. Is it, you could also make your annual pension payments out of that, or is it just the UAL portion?
Just the UAL portion, but we do make a UAL payment
do, yeah.
every year.
Okay, thank you.
And then there are administrative challenges with the budget. Our budget is prepared manually with a lot of spreadsheets and a lot of workbooks that get transferred between department to department, individual to individual. That's ripe for mistakes, unintentional mistakes, workbooks that are linked together and, links break, things break. And it takes a lot of time when we make one little change in one area that ripples through different sections of the workbooks that make its way into summary tables and all of those things. Requires a lot of Q&A and reconciliation and checking and rechecking. The city needs a better process for all of that, and that is something that we're currently evaluating to bring better technology in order to streamline the budget process. One of the things that we've also identified as a challenge administratively is that the city's chart of accounts, which is basically the financial structure, the backbone of the accounting system, which is the backbone of how we create the budget, was not fully developed to handle all of the internal service funds that we have, nor how we do capital budgeting. So there is some evolution that needs to happen with that chart of accounts in order to more discreetly budget and account for these activities within the budget. Currently, we are sort of co-defining activities and accounts, and it's not necessarily the most effective way to account for those activities. The budget and the chart of accounts also, over time, do not reflect organizational realities. As organizations grow over time, departments change, they're created, they're broken apart, but the chart of accounts has not reflected that growth in the organization. And so we took some efforts this year to try to better budget and account for those activities. For example, there was a department created many years ago that was called the Administrative Services Department. It included the city manager's office, finance, and some internal service functions. But as the organization grew and those departments were sort of built out, everything was still combined in an old sort of ASD structure in the accounting system. And that's why when you look at the current budget book, there is no budget for, say, even my office, right? It's all commingled in what we called ASD. We took steps this year to break that out, to parse that out. So now there are discrete budgets for the city manager's office, discrete budgets for the finance department, and we're allocating costs in those accounts to the departments where those costs are typically incurred. Another thing that we've created is also a non-departmental account for things that are sort of citywide costs that don't necessarily fit within a department. I'm talking about things like UAL payment, things like debt service payments. All of that was housed in that ASD structure, but those aren't really departmental specific costs. Those are citywide costs that we're now budgeting in a non-departmental account. So as we embarked on this budget process, we started taking a look at some of these issues and challenges, which is why we were able to identify them and say, okay, how do we realign the budget to reflect the organization as it exists today and the changes that have occurred over the last several years? So one of the things that we did, as I mentioned, is we dissolved some of those legacy departments. I have reorganized some of those things administratively over the last 12 months, which I think are better service delivery model in terms of operations and oversight. The city manager's office, instead of it just being admin, which is me and sort of like 1.5 other people, the city manager's office now encompasses an administration division, the city clerk's office, human resources and risk management, and information technology, all under the umbrella of the city manager's office, overseen by myself, and then the assistant city manager serving as sort of my chief operating officer, if you will, doing the day-to-day administration over those 4 divisions. As I mentioned previously, the financial services division was also part of that now defunct ASD organizational structure, so now it's been budgeted as a standalone department. Earlier this year, we combined library and community services into a library and community services department under the unified direction of a single department head. That's now reflected, and we also have, like I mentioned, that non-departmental budget for retirement and debt service costs. One of the things we also did was take a look at our internal service fund structures and the funds themselves, how we allocate overhead, what we put in these costs, in these funds as overhead, and are we truly accounting for all of the things that this organization needs in order to sustain itself over the long term. One of the things that we recognize is that we don't have a good mechanism for equipment, vehicle, and machinery replacement in the budget. We have a fleet account that's for essentially, managing and maintaining vehicles, but not necessarily for their replacement. We've been operating on sort of a pay-go model over the last several years. Earlier, a couple months ago, the City Council approved a lease agreement with Enterprise, so we're going to transition away from fleet maintenance and operations to a leasing model, but there are still other vehicles and other machinery and other plant in the city's inventory that we don't have a mechanism to replace. I'm talking about things like generators, expensive pieces of equipment like fire engines and ambulances, the replacement of a sewer jetter truck, which the City Council recently did. We have to better account for that and the depreciated value of all of that over the long term. When they reach their end of their life cycle, we go ahead and replace it.
Is that account subdivided? I mean, it's quite a bit different to look at, as to bring out two examples. You said the sewer jetter truck, which was 20, 30 years old, and a fire engine, which is the one that we have is probably 5, 6 years old, right?
Yeah.
And, it makes sense. The sewer truck can last probably not 30 years, but maybe 10, 15.
Sure.
Whereas a fire truck, it's being run every day. It has lots of wear and tear. Are there any differentiations on that? And then I'll ask it kind of at a deeper level. We talk about other machinery, like if we take vehicles out of it and we're talking about pumps and things like that, the replacement and the categorization is very different between a sewer truck, a fire truck, and say a water pump. Is there any subclassification in that ISF? And does there need to be?
Yeah, when we're talking about equipment and machinery, we're talking about things like backloaders, things like the jetter truck, things like a generator or something to that effect, right? We're not necessarily talking about pump stations and pressure reducing stations and all of that within the enterprise activity. These are more general governmental type activities. And we would want to create a depreciation schedule based off of the asset class and the useful life of that asset. It won't be a one-size-fits-all, but what we do know is we currently don't have a funding mechanism for that, and so we're beginning that process of sorting to pre-fund, and put money in that account, and then we will work over the next 12 to 18 months to come up with those asset schedules to determine how we allocate those costs to the various funds. One of the other issues that we identified in the budget is that we currently don't allocate charges to departments. We only allocate them to two funds. One of the conversations that I had with the Ad Hoc Revenue Committee when we were talking about the budget, there's a sort of a single line item in the budget book that just says cost allocations. And that is basically the overhead charges that are generated and should be distributed to operating departments so that we can show the true cost of operations. That was only done at the fund level, but not at the department level. This budget now breaks that out and allocates costs based on off of a proportional distribution of their share of the budget. So, for example, I'm just taking a random number. If the fire department is 15% of the budget, they're getting 15% of those allocated charges until we come up with a better sort of finite, discrete way to do it, but that is also an appropriate way to allocate those costs. So what you're going to see when you see the department budget presentations, you're going to see last year's adopted budget, last year's amended budget, and then the FY27 proposed budget's going to look really big, right? it's going to look big because we're pushing those costs into those department budgets. Those costs already exist in the budget. It's just that they were lumped together, and now we're spreading them out. It's not that the departments have increased by 20 or 30% overall. It's that those costs are now being shown in those department budgets. And I want to be explicit about that, because if somebody were to look at those budgets and say, geez, you know, the fire department went up 30%. Well, it didn't go up 30%, right? It went up 16%. And we've actually done the calculation to net out the year-over-year increase holding for those allocated charges.
So just for the edification of the public,
Yeah.
could you, and I can think of some off the top of my head, but some of those allocated charges would probably be like our risk pool premium and operating the office of the city manager and things of that nature. It's now being allocated, even though maybe fire's 20% of the budget, they're not maybe using 20% or effectively 20% of the allocation. You said there are issues with it, but this is the way we're doing it for now.
This is the way we're doing it for now. We're going to do it. We're going to do a new cost study this upcoming fiscal year to figure out a better distribution for all of that. But as a percentage basis of the budget, that's how we charged it out. And it is those things that you referenced: admin, IT, risk, fleet, et cetera.
So when we see the budget, and I've looked through the slides, you see this big bump, and you're
You're like,
scratching
hey,
your
like,
head,
what's
you know,
going on?
What's going on?
Yeah,
It's the allocation of overhead
correct.
on a pro rata basis as a percentage of the actual overall budget.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
So getting into the process for fiscal '27, one of the things that I said to the department heads was, tell me what you need. Where are we at? Like, what's going on in this organization? What are you seeing in terms of service delivery that you need in terms of contracts, staffing, resources, in order to, you know, advance the budget, provide a service delivery model that is, you know, in furtherance of the status quo plus level that the council had set. Departments submitted over $4 million in new requests for positions, contracts, equipment, services. The proposed budget includes $1.5 million in enhancements. 1.1 million in one-time requests, meaning these are one-time purchases, one-time contracts, one-time additions, and $400,000 in ongoing costs. Most of that ongoing is related to personnel. Some of the budget requests that came that I did not approve, but I think it's important that the council is aware of. There was a request to add an additional human resources manager. Currently, we have a long-term tenured employee who will not be with us forever, who has been doing this for a very long time, and at one point when he decides that he's ready to retire and move on to next things, we currently don't have a succession plan in place in order to address that. Human resources is a critical function in any organization, and it's important that we plan for that future. Even though that it's not in this year's budget, it is something that the council needs to be aware of, that it is a need coming down the road. There also was a request for additional 2 patrol officers. This is part of the police department assessment that was done several years ago that identified some gaps in our service delivery model for our public safety departments. Adding those 2 positions would satisfy that need, but the budget doesn't currently support that. Same thing with the transitioning of a part-time lieutenant to a full-time lieutenant. A bunch of requests for reclassification and market adjustments of various positions. We couldn't do all of them. We did some of them, but not all of them. Facilities master plan, we did a lot of things in public works, and Director Dickinson will walk you through what the plan is for all of that. Facilities was sort of, if, you know, we can't deliver on all of the things, what is the one thing that we can maybe try to do next year? Was facilities. It'd be great to do the master plan. It'd be great to understand what all of our facility needs are. Currently, we don't have any funding to address what those facilities require in order to bring them up to a standard or plan for the future. So we're going to defer that one more year. And then enhanced public outreach services. It was an item that the council had discussed. We priced it out. At this time, I don't think that it's necessary that we embark on that process. But if we ever find the need, at least we know what it's going to cost us. So what does that budget enhancement summary look like by fund? In the general fund, we have about $900,000 in enhancements. $490,000 of that is one time, 402 is ongoing. And then we break it out by the admin fund, the IT fund, special revenue, sewer, and water. So again, you're looking at 1.5 million overall, 1.1 million in one-time requests, and then $400,000 in ongoing.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
So were some of the requests one-time requests?
They were one-time requests.
And some were not one-time requests?
That's correct. And then in terms of position changes, again, we did add and are proposing to add the 1.0 FTE Deputy Fire Chief for fire prevention and succession planning services in the fire department. A moderate adjustment for library part-time staffing. We are opening a new building in a couple weeks. There is more space. They do need more resources. There was a larger request from the library for additional staffing. I'm going to defer that at least until the mid-year, possibly till next year, until we have an opportunity to get in the building, operate the building, really understand what those needs are, and then try to resource that accordingly instead of putting things in the budget now and then trying to decide whether we have enough or not. And then proposing 3 reclasses of positions from basically a lower level to a higher level. So reclass of 1.0 FTE assistant planner to associate planner, community services supervisor to community services manager, and then a management analyst to library services manager in the new library and community services department. So with that, I'm going to stop there. Take any questions from the council in terms of sort of where we are, big picture, before I turn it over to Director Wong to walk you through some of the numbers.
You said that there'd been a request for additional library staff, but it wasn't on the list for budget requests not recommended. What was kind of the decision of what to have on that slide versus what's not on that slide? Because it seemed like that was a budget request that was not recommended.
Yeah, and I didn't include all of the requests. I mean, I received
These are the top ones.
those were the top ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. I'll walk you through with some numbers now. First, I want to give you a quick current year budget update. As you can see from the slide, we are showing you the last year's, the current year's adopted budget versus the projected actual for the current year, and this is general fund only. To begin the year, our audited number came back from last year, so we are about 461,000 lower than what we projected to have the beginning balance. This is because we spent more, 324,000 on fire, 112,000 on planning expenditure, and also there's some 200,000 from public works CIP projects, which is offset by some budget savings as well. So we begin the year with less money on hand, and then the projected revenue actually went up, as well as the projected expenditure went down. The revenue went up is mainly driven by higher property tax and higher licenses and permits. The expenditure went down mainly because the vacancy savings and other budget control measures. So we'll end the year on a positive note. Instead of having a 1.5 million budget deficit, we will actually break even for the year.
So you said that most of the expenditure underspend was from vacancies and positions?
Vacancy savings and other savings, M&O savings as well.
What department had the vacancies?
Well, for example, my department, we had a vacancy of my position. So that vacancy savings actually would close out into the fund balance.
In addition, we had vacancies in Public Works as well as the Police Department as well.
Yeah, I thought the police department was the one I was
Yeah.
thinking of. That was one I was aware of.
Yeah,
We had someone filling in for finance in the meantime. I wouldn't have expected much savings there.
the council had made some adjustments to fund that. So there was an appropriation to fund the temporary contractual consultant that we had, but then there was also savings from the position being vacant. But the biggest cost savings currently driving the ending fund balance is the fact that the council had appropriated about $1 million for renovations at the YMCA for the pool and the elevator. That has not occurred this year. And that's not likely to occur until next year. So that right there is about $1 million swing. Plus also we are anticipating revenues to increase by about $822,000 over the adopted budget. So you get to about 1.8 right there, plus all the movement that Director Wong was talking about.
So when you were putting forward when you're putting forward the budget for this year, and you said that you were going to be status quo plus, does that so if you're rolling over the YMCA, for example, that wouldn't be status quo plus, that'd be status quo plus in my view, because you're bringing something over from the previous year. Is that the thought process you have? Or, if you've got something you're carrying over, that to me is not status quo. Is that making sense? Because that's something we had budgeted, and now we're just shifting the year, so we're just, rearranging deck chairs, if you will.
That $1 million was not included in the list of enhancements.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Quick question? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Director Wong. So I believe we had a report done by UFI, and that may have been prior to your employment here, but I'm sure you've seen it. What we have noticed, and what I think the Revenue Enhancement Committee had found, is that we have a history of under-projecting our revenue and over-projecting our costs, and it seems like this is happening once again. So do we have tools such as UFI or something we can use to be a little more accurate, therefore we can be closer to spot on our budget? I mean, it's wonderful, we're getting these surpluses that we don't expect every year, but that's probably not the way to run a city. So do you have plans in the future to deal with this issue?
We actually have the template, the worksheet from UFI that we can utilize off, and then we're actually trying to do it ourselves this year. Try to utilize that to come up with better projection, and this year staff has really do a lot of work, try to project as closely as possible. This will be my next slide. So, but again, projection is very hard.
It is.
So it's hard to project the future. So we try to project as closely as possible, but we are running a risk also under projecting too. So I think doing budget, my predecessor or the previous team, they try to be conservative, right? To conservatively project for the revenue, so not to project too high, as well as conservatively project for expenditure. So we fully project for all potential expenditure. This year, we kind of did just the opposite in a way. So we try to project as closely as possible. Hopefully, the result is what we expected. So, but again, we're running the risk if we try to do that as well sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, this is always a much better surprise. Surprise on the other end is not good. But then the community always hears us crying wolf. We're running deficits $1 million, $1.5 million, and then we come back and we're like, well, actually, it didn't happen, right? So, yeah, there is a balance in a final, and I appreciate that. And yeah, I do a lot of projections for my profession too, and you need to tweak those assumptions every year, and you're never right. You can never be exactly spot on. So, I just want to kind of like open that up just so the community is aware that, yeah, there is some built-in purposeful worst case scenario in the budget to then get the better surprise instead of the bad surprise.
Correct.
But I think we are doing things to try to close that gap a little bit, from what I understand.
Yeah, and one of the things that we'll be doing, in the next year and the years after that is sort of more budget management, more budget administration, looking at things on a quarterly basis. And if we are seeing trends that aren't positive, deferring expenses and those types of things to try to better manage the budget that way. Conversely, when we come back to you in the mid-year and we recognize, hey, like things are actually better, we did service enhancements at this last mid-year, and this sort of just continues with what we're seeing in terms of our ability to provide more to the community.
So are you saying that your plan is to do these budget updates quarterly or still go mid-year?
Well, mid-year for the council, but internal, our review of where we are with the budget, it'll be on a much more regular schedule than just coming to you at mid-year and looking at it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, just a quick question. Projected revenue's up by 822,000. It's a lot of money. And you're saying, is most of that property tax?
Property tax and license and permits.
How much, just,
It's roughly about half and half.
Really?
40%.
Really?
Yeah, attributed to property tax increase. And then we, at the time when we prepared that, well, actually, as of today, the property tax is already at the budgeted number. And then we will still have more than a month
right.
to go.
Okay.
And then, yeah, and license and permits come in more, and that's.
Do we
thanks
have
to
any
the
idea
planning
why
group.
that is? And can we expect that in the future?
Could I guess it might be
The
the changes in
80
Prop 13, ADUs?
ADU. I think this is largely attributed to ADUs. Same thing for our proposed budget for next year.
So we're starting to see more ADU growth, and so this may be a new potential revenue source.
And Director Lynn will share when she does her presentation, but we extrapolated sort of where we were from the adopted budget at the mid-year. We recognized some additional revenue because we were trending higher. She's going to share with you that based off of our projections, we're already trending higher than where we thought we were going to be at the mid-year. So this budget fully sort of encapsulates what we're seeing in terms of actual permit revenue, building revenue at the counter. And it does not include anything that we're anticipating from the Meadows project either in terms of plan check. We left that out. So that'll be a little bit of, gravy at the end of the year.
But we only typically see because of our contract with Wildan and others, 60 to 70 cents on the dollar goes out the door as it comes in the door.
But it's volume-based.
It is.
And the volume's there.
If you could scale it. I did look at the ACFR, I think from last year, and it seems like we had a $300,000 surprise in property taxes last year, and $300,000 in UUT, and I think $100,000 sales tax surprise. So that was a nice. We also, again, it had in planning with fees as well.
And we also, because we don't have a good way to estimate it, we don't know what the UUT impact's going to be from the Tesla charging station either. So that'll be an increase there as well.
Thank you.
I have just two questions. The first one is, could you tell us and the public, how much do we collect from property tax per dollar? Like if every party spends $1, how much do we collect as a city?
For the property tax is 1%, right? So about 21% of that, that 1% comes to the city.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, or my kind of affirmation would be that because we've better appropriated where we're putting funds and where they're coming from and where they're going to in terms of how we did the city manager's office, including the other departments, and appropriated departments better, would you say that is going to definitely change how better we project in the future? So we're not just putting a lump sum there and that's what we used to spend and that's what we think we'll spend. Now we'll actually go, no, I think we're going to spend exactly this.
Exactly, yes. Because again, previously we're not allocating the expenditures to the department operating budget. So we're not really truly knowing what department will cost the city. Now that we properly allocate, again, budgets and art. So we're doing our best. As city manager points out, we allocate based on prior year, the current year's 25-26 budget dollars. So it's a really appropriate way to budget that allocation. So this way, at least we can attribute to department the true cost. I think we can budget better.
Thank you.
Next slide. So this give you an overview of the citywide performance. For this slide, I'm going to use the same chart for later slide, but this slide, you want to focus on column 1 and column 3 and the changes. So projected governmental revenue went up by 7.6 million or 36.6% compared to the adopted budget. Projected governmental expenditure went down by 5.2 million or 16.6% compared to the adopted budget. Projected proprietary revenue went up by 576,000 or 4.1% compared to the adopted budget. And projected proprietary expenditure went down by 3.1 million or 21.1% compared to the adopted budget. This is to Councilmember Garcia's question earlier, right? So we used to be super conservative in projecting, and this year we try to project as much to the actual as possible. For example, property tax, we base on how much we actually collect. Property tax, we get the biggest collection in January and April. This is corresponding to when people paying their property tax. The other month, we get small installments. So when we do the projection, the second installment tax already came in. So we projected that way. And sales tax, we always accrue 2 months back to the previous year. So sales tax come in a little slower than other revenue. So we also extrapolate that way, to extrapolate 1 more month. So we try to do it as actual as possible. But then I want to put out a caveat, right? So revenue seems to be performing really well based on the projected, but there's this one-time revenue that's really about $6.5 million. That's really because the library grants. We have that one targeted state grant for library, and we have another 300,000 grant from other library grants. So this is not a recurring revenue. And also for the expenditure side, we annualize our projected through extrapolation as well, but then payroll expenditure are timely recorded, but vendor payments are not. So staff did our best, try to look out and for any unpaid invoice or any unbilled invoice, but we can only gather enough information to project out. So again, we did our best to project out, and also on the expenditure side, you see a lot of decreases also related to CIP projects that's not being realized or happened yet.
So in the projected actual, it's the third column, the special revenue fund, it's about 9.5 million in revenue. Almost all of that is library, or 7 million of that is library?
About 7 million of that is library.
So then in this year, for the 26-27, I would have expected that to be more than 2.4 million, because that would carry over. Is there any carryover of the library? If there's 10 million and we've got 7 million accounted, was the other 3 in?
There's library, since library, I'm sorry to cut you short.
It's okay. No.
Since the library is finishing up, we're gonna have grand opening in early June. So we didn't budget for all of that revenue to come in, because a lot of those revenue are reimbursement based. So we are now fully capture all library-related grant revenue in 25-26. So there would not be any carryover revenue, grant revenue for library.
Okay, so the other 3 million of the 10 million was in the 24-25 fiscal year.
Correct.
And it's not carrying over to 26-27.
Correct.
Yeah, so from what I recall, we did receive the monies up front, and we were earning interest on it, and then you're just allocating it as we spend it.
Councilmember Garcia, thank you for correcting me. So any money that we receive, even if it's an advance grant, any money that we receive before we expense that for that grant purpose, all of those money are classified as unearned revenue, which they are classified as a liability before we realize that revenue. So now that service is performed, we can reclassify those as revenue.
Modified accrual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so in this fund that Councilman Parkhurst was just talking about, so like the Measure M gas funds, would that go into that fund as well? Is that accounted in there?
Under the special revenue fund, yes.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
And we don't, we've had obviously, and it's a function of price, but also so is demand. So I'm not sure what we'll expect there. But
Yeah, it's hard to estimate, right? Because we don't know whether gas prices are going to stay elevated, whether they're going to come down. People's driving behaviors change, so we just sort of go off of past experience
happened,
and hope for the best. Yeah.
And is it going to be our policy? I know we're not the public works yet or the capital improvement plan, but let's say there's a huge surprise in the Measure M funds. Are we forced to, and would we allocate it to repairing even more streets in that given year, or?
We can. Yeah, we
Okay.
can. I mean, the way we fund street projects, right? It's not funded with any general fund dollars. There's a very small amount, maintenance of effort, that we have to do to match one of the funding sources. But the $1 million that we allocate every year for streets is a compilation of 5 or 6 different special revenue funds. And depending on, whether we're actually hitting our revenues or those monies are flowing in, will dictate how much street we can actually do.
Okay, thank you.
Now I'm gonna take you to the 2026-27 proposed budget. Again, this is the same table that I showed you guys before, but this time we're trying to compare column 1, the current year adopted budget, versus the last column, the next year proposed budget. Proposed governmental revenue are up by 1.3 million or 6.3% compared to the current year adopted budget. Proposed governmental expenditure are down by 5.8 million or 18.7% compared to the adopted budget. Proposed 26-27 proprietary revenue are up by 2.7 million or 19.3%. And proposed proprietary expenditure are up by 6.2 million or 41.8%. For all the general fund revenue and expenditure, we'll provide council with more detail, because again, our focus is general fund. The other special revenue fund, as you can tell, like the expenditure for the special revenue fund went down. The proposed expenditures down is also related to the library, because we had expenditure budget for library, and this year we did not budget for library.
And then the increase, I'm sorry, Councilmember Parkhurst, and then the increase that you're seeing on the proprietary funds is that we're planning more capital projects to get caught up.
So you're referencing like the water fund, we're upside down.
Correct.
We've been not upside down the last couple of years, and then we're going to be.
Correct. We've got about, I think the number is about $4.5 million programmed in water CIPs.
So in the general fund, I see that we're increasing by about 1.3 million. So will we be going through the detail of that? Like,
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so that's, and, okay. And in the special fund, it's kind of hard in the special fund to look at the trend on the spend on that. Because the library makes it larger. So if we took the library out, the library you said is 5.8. So then that takes us to, what's it, about 6 million. So you're still higher in the adopted budget compared to the proposed budget. Am I doing my math correctly there?
Correct. The overall budget is still higher, because the net is 5.8, right? Out of that 5.8, 6.5 is related to the library difference. So we're still about 700,000 higher than last year.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. So it was 6.5 we spent for the library, right? So that then, if we spent 6.5 and we have 11.8 in there, then that's going to be, what's that? I'm trying to do math on the fly, 5.3. But then we've got 4.7 that we're spending. So it would seem to me in special revenue that we'd be spending less in that category.
Yes. So if you subtract out that 4.7, subtract out from the 11.8, there's about 7.1 million difference. So library is about 6.5. So we're still about, you're right, we're
spending less in
we're
this.
spending about 600,000 less
Okay.
on the special revenue.
Okay.
funds.
Glad my math was working.
Yes. Oh. So as I promised earlier, I'm taking you to the general fund detail. So this gives you a good breakdown of the general fund revenue and expenditures. It lists out all the revenue sources and all the expenditure, all the uses of general fund. So property tax, as you can tell, compared to last year, we are about 5.6% higher. But like I was saying earlier, in reality, we are collecting more. So, Prop 13 will be around 2% increase. So we're looking at, if we compare to budget to actual, we're looking at about 3% increase, which is normal. And then UUT, we're about 368,000 higher, 208,000 related to water and sewer UUT. The remaining is related to other UUT increase.
And the UUT it's based on consumption, right?
It's based on consumption,
in
yeah.
gallons or kilowatts or
Correct.
kilowatt hours. Okay.
And we haven't changed the city UUT rate. It's been 10%. So, and then there's 33,000 decrease in business license. Business license is an area that we perform really bad. City previously do not have a good system. Now we have a seller in place. So 60,000 is our true estimation. So, obviously we want to grow that revenue base, but 60,000 is actually a true estimation versus the 93 from last year.
And this was I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Where do you get that number from? How do you get that number?
Well, we're based on the number of licenses up for renewal, and then planning department actually calculate that number out. So,
Well, that's different from the last year, though, so you're projecting more then.
And one of the changes that wasn't necessarily captured in prior year's budget is the decision of the city council to reduce the annual business license fee. So you reduced the amount. I don't recall what it was previously. It was over $100 and something to like $87. The budget didn't track that. So this is the truing up of that process.
Okay.
That was during that fee study.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We redid the fee study.
and license and permit is our third biggest revenue source. It's really doing well. As I mentioned earlier, is really mainly attributed to the building and permit fees and plan check fees, and more so related to ADUs.
And again, we did not estimate any revenues from the meadows. It was not factored in there.
And their they'll hit in 26, 27, won't they? Because
will.
they're supposed to be building this winter or this spring or next spring?
Somewhere in that timeline, yes.
Okay.
And the permits for the one Carter buildings those have been rolling in as well?
Where's Claire?
Or were those previous?
I don't know I don't know the specific timing of those, but if it's already come in, we've captured it.
Frozen right now. Oh, for the one car.
Well, because they're getting, they've been built over the past couple of years. A lot
Yeah.
of them have
A couple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, for the expenditure session, the only category that changed quite a bit is the capital outlay, but as city manager point out, 900,000 of that from the current year's budget is related to the YMCA elevator and pool. And the more realistic budget for that is 1.14 million. So this whole 1.14 million is for that, for the YMCA elevator and pool. So we did not budget for any additional CIP projects.
And-
But
And what, I think it was last night's meeting, the council increased the budget for the pool because the previous estimate was too low, right? We
Right.
had budgeted 150,000 and we were at like 350 on the bids.
And I think, well, I know you're moving to expenditures, but I think an important data point to look at is the projected actual. Because from what I understand, you said we're kind of budgeting a little bit more off the actual than the proposed budget. And we only see about 3.4% increase in revenues, or at least the general fund revenue, from your actual projected to what your proposed budget is. So I think 9% is seems like it's large, but really I think we should be looking at the proposed or the projected actuals relative to the budget rather than what we adopted last year.
But for our purposes, when we're looking at budget, we look budget to budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also the property tax and sales tax, we get those numbers from our consultant for the proposed budget. So it's the number from HDR versus our projected is actually based on what we've collected based on our cash receipt. So these proposed budget, they are based on reliable source. Okay, this is just good to give you an overview of how the general fund balance would go. The first column, as Councilmember Garcia, you were saying, the projected budget, we are projected to end at $14 million, and then so that will begin with that balance, and then with the revenue and expenditure budget for the next year, we're looking at 1.147 budget deficit. But again, as we mentioned earlier, almost the entirety of this 1.17, I'll go back to the next previous slide. Almost the entirety is related to the YMCA renovation. So essentially, we're at a break-even budget for general fund. Next slide. Here we want to show the council a 5-year projection of, 5-year trend of how general fund perform. Revenue-wise, the largest revenue contributor is the property tax. It grew from about $8 million to almost $10 million for the 5-year span. And among all the sales tax is really the lowest base, and then and also it did not grow very much, but this is not just for the city though. Overall, Los Angeles County hasn't grown very much since COVID, because during COVID time there are a lot of online sales. Actually, the sales tax did not perform as bad as cities predict, but post-COVID, the online sales actually went down. So a lot of cities experienced a decrease in sales tax. So our sales tax base is low, but as far as the performance, it's not too bad compared to our peer.
And isn't there, we don't collect any sales tax for online purchases, but isn't there a law or something that is allowing that going forward?
There's a use tax being charged for online purchase. So the sales tax, sales and use tax, there are two pieces to it. There's a point of sale and point of destination. So the point of sale is the traditional sales tax we have in mind or in concept. So you go to a brick and mortar store to buy things and you pay sales tax. There's also a point of destination. So no matter where you order your things, when they ship to you, you get charged a use tax. So that's part of the calculation. So if an entity is not, for example, when we pay our vendors, if any of vendors really not as charging sales tax, we have to assess the use tax for the difference of the tax they charge and remit that to Department of Taxation and fees to the state.
So I'm trying to still wrap my head around this sales tax
Okay.
thing as well. So is there also so you said a point of transaction and a point of delivery?
Yes, point of destination.
Point of destination, but what about point of delivery? Because it's my understanding, like, let's say we put a Tesla storefront in the city. Let's say they wanted to do that, and they were selling cars out of there. And let's say the cars were being sold to our residents. It's my understanding it's where they actually take delivery. Let's say it's in Burbank or something. That's where the tax is actually allocated.
Correct. Yes, that's the perfect example. Doesn't matter where you buy your car, the tax is assessed based on your residency.
Where you take it.
Yes. Yeah, where you register your car.
Thank you.
Okay. This is the 5-year trend of expenditure. And again, you can see compared to the revenue, expenditure grew very fast, a lot faster than revenue, both for the salary and benefits and as well as the M&O. The operating expenditure do not grow as fast, but they are growing on a faster rate than revenue. And for this purpose, we intentionally separate out the UAL pension UALP from the salary. So you can see salary grow from about 8.5 million in 23 to 11.3 million in the current year. I mean, in the current year's proposed budget. UAL kind of fluctuates, but on a longer trend, it still goes up year over year.
Question about the UAL. So we have a required amount of UAL payment, but we also have decided to make extra payments. So is that purple line have our required UAL payment plus the extra prepayment in it as well?
Correct.
Thank you.
And then I noticed there's no capital outlay for 3 of the 5 years. So that the capital outlay would be like buying vehicles, right?
The capital outlay would be buying vehicles or paying into a CIP project, like a capitalizable CIP project. So city try not to use general fund or alleviate general fund's burden to do CIP projects. We try to identify special revenue fund to do CIP projects. So you only see these 2 years because, again, it's the YMCA project that we are budgeting from.
Okay, so
General
like our
fund.
purchases of vehicles for the police department and the fire department would be in those would be part of general fund, wouldn't they? Or are they part of an internal service fund?
Yes, the police and fire vehicles, they are being purchased within the internal service fund. General fund does get an allocation of that cost. General fund, the current allocation percentage is about 60%. And Councilmember Parkhurst, you're right. So if you want to see that, we can modify our chart to show you at the budget adoption to show a piece of that cost that actually get allocated to general fund. Yes, it doesn't get a direct charge, but it does get an allocation.
Yeah.
So what's your logic for not including it here?
Because, yeah, it's
This
it's not a full general fund expense.
It's not a full general fund, okay.
Like when you're acquiring those vehicles and we're using it through an internal service fund, we're allocating those costs. So the general fund's only picking up its share of that allocation, whereas with this expenditure, it's 100% of the general fund. We would have to layer on sort of all of those outlays from all of those internal service funds, right?
Right.
There's IT outlay, there's some technology that we're going to be acquiring in like the admin fund for a records management system. Those are the things we would capitalize. We'd have to show that proportional share. It's not really apples to apples comparison like what we're showing you here.
And so when we get to later in the presentation, when we look at the capital improvement plan, that will have all of those asset purchases in there and part of that forecast out there. So we can have a plan for replacing computers and vehicles and all of
Correct.
those things.
Correct. It's in that plan.
Okay.
Here we want to show you better breakdown of the proposed budget. So this is the revenue breakdown for 26-27 revenue budget. So you can tell the property tax is the biggest of the pie at 51%. Sales tax is only at 8%. You know, our city has a really small sales tax base. Like most of the city, they have a similar size of sales tax or even bigger sales tax than property tax. So I think that's our weakest revenue link. And UUT is at 18%, and license and permits at 12%. These are our biggest revenue source.
And I know it's small, but remind me what franchise fee is?
Franchise fees is at 3%.
But what is it? What's?
It's 600.
It's your waste hauler.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And
Oh, okay, what it
some
is. Okay.
cable franchises and things like that.
We collect from franchise fee from Madison and other places as well. General fund expenditure budget. We have two breakdown for you. This breakdown is by category of expenditure. Salary and benefits at 54% is our biggest expenditure. Maintenance and operation is the 6.8 million. And the M&O include all the allocation costs that we mentioned earlier too. And UAL, we intentionally show you the UAL. UAL is 6% of our budget. This next chart shows you by department. There's a piece for the non-department, as city manager pointed out. This amount, the retirement, the UAL, as well as the debt service, really do not pertain to any department. So we show that separately. Other than that, you'll see the budget burden for general fund for all the departments here. And fire and PD together as about 61% or 60% of the budget.
And next year, are we going to combine the library and community services into one budget?
Oh, they are combined into one budget already, but we're just showing you the two divisions separately. I'll pass the baton back to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Harry. So before we get into department budget presentations, just some sort of highlights of what we see in terms of, ongoing challenges and things that are not in the budget, things that we don't control, things that we sort of know that are out there in the short or long term. So the 27 budget does not include any cost of living adjustments. the city is entering into labor negotiations with its 3 labor groups, the CEA, the Police Officers Association, and the Sierra Madre Professional Firefighters Association. There is also the middle management unclassified group as well. They're not represented, but typically they do participate in this process. We also don't know the outcome of Measure GL. As we're having this conversation, when we get closer to the adopted budget, we'll be in a better position to understand the implications of all of that. But that could have a potential effect on some of the decisions that we make moving forward. And then again, we've created this new ISF for future equipment, vehicle, and machine replacement. An example, $1 million for a new fire engine. There's been recent litigation in that space that it's taking a long time for cities in order to acquire those vehicles. So if we're considering replacing our engine in the next couple of years, we're looking at like a 2, 3, 4-year delivery window for that piece of apparatus. And we need to start planning for the future. And currently we don't have any budget set aside to pay for those things. And it's not just an engine, it's an ambulance and some other equipment as well. Longer term, right, things that we sort of don't control, as Director Wong was talking about, we're a small population, we're unlikely to grow in any significant way. Our sales tax base is what it is, our UUT sort of is what it is. We're not going to be able to build ADUs forever. At some point, we're going to saturate the market unless the state comes back and says, no, not 4 ADUs, but 8 ADUs or 12 ADUs or, 8 2-story ADUs. And, we're in that business, but that's not going to be an ongoing thing for us to be able to count on. And then, we also need to be able to account, for fiscal flexibility in the event of the unforeseen, an economic downturn or recession, gas prices going from $6 to $12, whatever that might be, things that we don't control. So those are some of the things that we see coming down.
On the
Like, yes.
on the property tax, do we see a bimodal distribution on that? Like in a lot of cities, you have a large amount of housing stock that people have owned for a very long period of time, so it's under a lower tax basis. And then you have another peak of homes that have recently sold, and those are starting to change.
Right.
Is that something you have forecast, and do you see a lot of change from long-time earning homes to being sold and then the tax basis going up on them?
Yeah, I believe that's part of the analysis that HDL does for us when they do their property tax forecast. Anecdotally, I was having a conversation with somebody that they're seeing more for sale signs in Sierra Madre. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And we also don't know, whether those homes have already reset recently and these are people that, have only been here for a short amount of time, or these are, 1980s homes the parents have, decided to sell and move on, and the kids are selling the estate or whatever it might be, and so the value of the home is resetting. That still said, right, there's this myth out there that property taxes make us rich, and we're only collecting 20 cents on the dollar, on that reset. So, when we looked at the meadows in terms of what we were going to collect from the meadows, once that's fully, sold and built out, it was only on the order of magnitude of about $200,000 to $250,000 annually from those 42 multi-million-dollar homes that'll be sold on that property. So property taxes don't make us rich, and certainly the calls for services that would be generated in the demand and infrastructure and all of the things that come with that, that $250,000 doesn't necessarily pay for all of that. And again, just a reminder in terms of the order, so we've completed sort of the general fund citywide overview. We'll now transition into the departments. We've got police, fire, public works operating, and then capital improvement. We'll see if we can get through all of that, or we can continue on down the pike. It's a pleasure of the city council how far you'd like to go this evening, but with that, I will now turn it over to Chief Barrientos. Oh, one more slide. This is important. This is my favorite thing about what we did with the budget this year. I almost forgot. So, when you look at the budget book, right, the budget book is a bunch of summary tables, and it shows you numbers from prior year actuals, the adopted budget, projected next year, and all of that kind of stuff. And it's just summary totals. It does not tell you what changed within those categories to drive those costs. So one of the things that we've prepared this year as part of the proposed budget and will be included in the adopted budget are these budget reconciliation tables. This will show to any interested person to understand what it is that are the cost drivers within the budget, within those budget categories. And just briefly, I'll walk you through the mechanics of it, but we begin with the prior year budget, the number of positions, the expenditures, the revenues, and the net cost of that department. Any base adjustments, and these are typically one-time prior year expenditures or revenues deleted, meaning all of the things that the city council is potentially approving in the fiscal 27 proposed budget that are one-time items, right? Instead of them being lost in the budget and they get added to the budget and we wonder why we don't have any resources, is because we didn't take them out when we did the next year's budget. So when we get to fiscal 28, in that category, in base adjustments, you're gonna see negative numbers for all of that budget that we've then taken out from 27's budget to account for those one-time items, revenues or expenditures that we're removing. Then we do get into the adjustments to costs of ongoing activities, right? These are service levels that the city council has already approved, things for contracts, staffing, whatever that might be, where we're showing the incremental adjustment year over year of what's driving those factors in the budget. So every year salaries and benefits are gonna go up a little bit. Every year allocated charges are gonna go up a little bit. Every year we might change a position or a classification to account for tenure or whatever that might be. And then we have adjustments to things like contract services. Here in the library, we're talking about additional resources for books and reference materials, other purchase supplies. Or we recognize things, for example, I had $650 in the library for a travel and a conference. Didn't cost that much. We're not gonna do that one this year. We're gonna take it out. Those are all the adjustments to ongoing activities. Then when you get down to the bottom category, these are the things that we're presenting to you as service level enhancements, right? These are the net new program additions, things that are gonna be baked into the budget one time or ongoing, that are specifically called out as an enhancement to the current level of service from the prior year's budget. You add and subtract, you run it through the wash, that's where you get to your proposed budget, and these numbers tie out to what you would see in the budget book.
So a question on that. So I previewed some of these spreadsheets, and some of them actually have on the ongoing significant amount of negative or bracketed numbers. Are those all cuts, or are those some of those maybe reallocation to like maybe an overhead account or something of that nature, or are they pretty much all cuts?
We'd have to look at it department by department, so I can give you that level
So
of detail,
it
but it depends. And in some cases, because of the way we've been budgeting, it was hard to decipher what the actual use was for that resource, so we removed it.
Okay, thank you.
So every department has a budget reconciliation. We're happy to go through it at the council's pleasure, but this is really just informational purposes. And so with that, we'll answer any additional questions, or we can turn it over to Chief Barrientos for his presentation.
I think we're good.
Chief?
Thank you, Chief Barrientos.
Oh, is there one up there?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I just wanted to take a moment to introduce Captain Veronica Salcido, who will be presenting the Police Department's budget.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. It's wonderful to see everybody here in the audience investing in the transparency of our local city government. With that, I'm hopeful to share a lot of good information about our police department budget and answer some of your questions. We'll start with our mission. We wanted to really capture what the police department's vision, mission, and goals are, which overall is to provide the best quality professional services with professionalism, compassionate, and responsiveness. Here's a look at our department organizational chart. And as mentioned earlier this evening, we did request a couple of positions, but they were not feasible in this year's budget, which we hope to revisit next year.
And are those the ones that are in white in there?
So the ones in white, we did not put them on this chart,
Okay.
but the ones in white are all of our part-time
Those are all part-time.
positions.
And a volunteer as well, because I noticed you've got CSOs. Are those the part-time volunteers?
So our CSOs, we have 3 part-time community service officers. They work on a part-time basis. We have a separate we have a separate reserve and volunteer cadre. They're not listed here because they are unpaid.
Thank you.
Some key accomplishments that the police department would like to acknowledge are enhancing our department staffing. We took focused efforts with our recent recruitments to fulfill vacancies to ensure that we gather not only experience, but people with diverse backgrounds, people with individual experience at a variety of agencies that would be best reflective to serve our community here in Sierra Madre. Another key highlight is our modernized equipment. In the past year, we've been able to update our less lethal options. We currently revamped our entire pepper ball application system, which is very focused here and specific to Sierra Madre with our bears. They don't cause any harm, and they're easier to apply, non-harmful to the general population as well. We also updated our 40 millimeter launchers. We transitioned out of the beanbag shotguns and replaced them with the 40 millimeters. We've just acquired new protective helmets for our tactical searches and officer safety, and improved our lighting. We obtained new flashlights that we just distributed this past month. Some of the facility enhancements that we've been able to implement are updated LED lighting throughout the station. We've focused our efforts on removing outdated items that were placed in 3 categories. One, to be disposed of because they were no longer operational, or it was an extensive collection of paperwork that was outside the retention period, as well as updating our workspaces with more ergonomic chairs and creating an operational effect that is more efficient for our employees. In essence, we've made the best use of our space by modernizing it. We have recently introduced our Explorer Club that is getting ready to launch in the coming month. This is a partnership with the Greater Los Angeles Scouts of America. We're hoping to create that better connection and outreach with our youth population and surrounding areas as we're partnering with local agencies who have established Explorer programs. But to be noted is that this is the first Explorer Club primarily targeting ages 10 through 14. We've also launched our Community Police Academy, and our goal there is to create transparency with our local community, residents, as well as business members. People really invested in understanding the police department and our city.
On the police academy, I haven't seen any information on that. Have you had any events so far, and can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yes, thank you for your question. We are launching it next month. It's a 8-week program. We have put out flyers, we have social media, and it's updated on our website. There was also a podcast recently. And lastly, I do want to touch on our organization and accountability measures. This has been most impactful with creating accountability amongst our supervisor team and down the chain of command with our officers. We've implemented monthly reports, audits, and accountability measures to ensure that we're reducing risk and harm to the community, but also creating transparency, as you'll see in the coming slides, in our social media, on our websites, and with our crime blotter. So you'll see our final numbers and the proposed number. Our 2026 adopted budget, 5.469, and our amended 5.746. The reason for that increase, and I won't get into too many details, but we've had vacancies, as you've been aware, as well as some additional events and community engagement activities that have increased the demand for police presence. Our proposed budget, as Mr. City Manager has included, just some notable items that I will touch on in the coming slide, but in essence, they are incorporating the allocated costs that were previously not distributed. So the police department has shown roughly an 8.5% increase, and this 8.5% increase accounts for a few major changes in programming, one of them being our Pasadena Unified School District Crossing Guard program. We heard the community outcry about police presence and safety measures at our schools, specifically during traffic zones and traffic hours in the morning, commuting for students and parent drop-offs. So we are implementing the Crossing Guard program. We also have our Council of Governments Regional Bear program to help study and manage the activities with our bears, as well as some minor costs in contract services. So you'll see a lot of what I talked about transfer into our police department work plan for 2026-2027. We are going to continue to implement risk management internal controls with our internal audits, transparency efforts, enhancing the services that we provide to our community, as well as tracking and being more data focused, if you will, so we can track all of the activities, new programs, and engagement efforts from our personnel.
Can I ask
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Can I ask you a question too? And so a lot of these programs I know are funded also through grants that we bring in. So will those show in the revenue slides? Am I preempting you? Sorry.
No, this is great. I appreciate the question. So we have used a lot of our grants in our equipment updating, but you won't see them in revenue because it's not considered revenue.
So, but then how do we decipher which of these expenditures, like say the crossing guards and certain other things that you can use grant funds or safety stops and for DUIs, those kinds of things. So those are expenditures are not included in there or are included in there?
So they are. The $7.2 million figure that you saw includes all of the costs from the special revenue funds and those grant accounts that we do charge to.
Okay.
That number is actually different than what you saw in the citywide presentation where we were just talking about general fund, because that was the general fund portion.
Got it.
The 7.2 also includes public safety augmentation fund, COPS grants, all of the things that we tap these little pockets to fund the department.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Continuing about our transparency efforts, we have enhanced our website with a partnership with our IT partners, as well as putting out more specific and focused information on our social media and website. We really want to create more transparency by giving data ahead of concerns. And a couple of those things to mention will be, for example, safety efforts, providing safety tips, especially as we're transitioning to summer for hikers, in combination with giving notifications and bulletins when we do have changes in traffic patterns or street closures. You'll also note that our crime stats are being published and provided on our websites, as well as a crime blotter provided to our Neighborhood Watch and some local city partners. We are projecting and requesting the following budget enhancements. Our tasers, we currently operate on X26 tasers, which we've had for at least 10 years. The software is becoming obsolete, and we are hopeful to use our donated funds from the Meadows Development Project to purchase and acquire the most updated tasers, which is the Taser X10. There's a few great points about the X10. Not only does it give us real-time data and feedback because of the design, but it offers enhanced safety by creating more distance between encounters that may need the taser deployed. Our current Taser X26, its maximum distance of reach is 25 feet versus the new taser, which is 45 feet. Additionally, it carries more probes, and I don't want to get too into the weeds, but it carries more probes. It has some more features where you don't have to, it saves cost on cartridges. Some of these cartridges are very costly, between $20 to $50 for 2, where a single cartridge will have 10 operational deployments on the new taser. There's some other scientific facts like it's technologically advanced, it's safer, and has a lower voltage. For our replacement firearms ownership program, there is a staccato firearm that we're proposing to have as a city buyback or a city purchase program similar to the computer program where personnel can purchase a computer and over time they pay that computer in payments. So there isn't really a cost associated because it's a repayment or reimbursement program to the city. And the firearms options that we're looking at are for safety features. They also provide easier deployment as far as accuracy and efficiency. And it is an optimal firearm that provides officers with, through this purchase program, it's going to be cost effective because there's a group discount offered, as well as there's a group discount offered, as well as a manufacturer warranty. When firearms are purchased through the department and a city, they offer a lifetime warranty as opposed to an individually purchased firearm, which doesn't have anything comparable as far as warranty.
Can I ask you some quick questions? This might be for our attorney. How does that payback system go? What happens if it's like, what's the time frame? I mean, when do we see, I assume it's a zero interest. Is everything, I mean, how do we track that? What if the person doesn't, just leaves or is excused without, you know, and like let go?
Yeah. Yeah, similar to how we do other payroll deduction type programs, right? So what we're proposing here is a 12-month repayment term. If they were to separate employment, they would either have to leave the weapon with us or they would have to buy out whatever the remaining cost of the loan would be upon separation.
Thank you.
So our officers have to purchase their own firearms?
They have the option, I think.
That's what they're requesting to do
Okay.
through this program.
This is not optional, but we do issue them a firearm.
We do.
Correct.
And I do apologize for the explanation on the less lethal equipment replacement taser. That was my error on this PowerPoint slide.
But I do want to note that the Taser X10 does allow for compatibility for distributing the data collected when it's deployed through Microsoft 365, so it does have some correlation. And lastly, our San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments Bear Management Program. This is also an initiative geared towards our community because we do have quite a bit of bears, and we want to really use the bear management program by having data analyzed and collected by this council of governments. It's a partnership with local cities who are experiencing the same influx of bear activity to ensure that it creates this safety measures, data collection, and some scientific studies to determine best efforts at managing the bear concerns. And this is a one-time fee. We would have to revisit it in the coming years to see what the continued efforts and costs would be because it is distributed amongst our local cities.
So has this program, when is this program going to start?
We're hoping in July if it's approved.
So I can,
Approved by our council? Okay, so it's going to come on the agenda in July for us to approve it's going to be part of the budget,
Well,
or is it
it's
going to be a
not. We're-
separate line item?
So we're setting aside the funds now. The San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments is still working with interested cities to determine who all wants to participate in the program. As of yesterday's email, I think 4 cities have signaled that they're interested. 3 cities have politely declined, and there's still another 3 or 4 that we're
There are 4 that are
waiting to
still-
hear from. So far, I think when we looked at it, we said we needed about 6 or 7 cities in order to make this thing viable. So we're pretty close. Once we get the level of commitment from the cities, we'll come back. The COG will prepare a contract, and we'll come back to the council for adoption.
So that cost will decrease with the cities that would potentially be added.
Yeah, the more cities that participate, the lower the cost per city.
Thank you.
But this is the estimated cost for 6 cities, right? We've got 3 committed.
I believe the 25,000 was based off of 7 cities.
7 cities, yeah.
Okay. So if only 6, what's the minimum for it to launch?
7 cities.
It is 7, so it has to be 7. So,
Yeah.
okay, so it could go down if more, but we've got
Yeah.
3 that said yes, or 4 that said yes.
I think it
and
goes
there's
down
3
to like,
outstanding.
yeah, I think it goes down below 20 if we get 8, right? But I don't think 8's
Yeah,
probably likely.
somewhere around there, yeah.
I don't know if this is the time to ask this question, but
for it.
just thinking of this program, I did see a list of those that politely declined. Let's say they use the service. Is this individual not going to go to those cities, or do
It
they
would
gonna
be a
use it in their free
dedicated
rider?
resource for the contracted cities.
Only the contract cities?
Only the contracted cities.
Okay.
And so if they want to play, they're going to have to pay.
Understood. No free riders, okay.
And
like
that
that.
resource would be located
Monrovia.
in Monrovia.
In Monrovia. They're still working out the logistics of all of that, but tentatively, they're looking at Monrovia as the dispatch point.
So this is a breakdown of those enhanced budget item requests. The TASER is going to be a one-time fee for purchase and acquisition. Our firearm replacement program is almost cost neutral because it is a reimbursement plan over 12 months, one time. And then our bear management program, again, would be dependent on the number of cities joining, and the terms would be based on, obviously, the success and ongoing assessment of its use. So I wanted to make a correlation with our strategic plan. We have made conscious efforts to optimize our staffing and gather professional, experienced police officers. This aligns with our optimal staffing of the public safety goals, as well as properly equipping our police department with updated, less lethal options and features, which our firearm reimbursement program would also contribute to. And all of the efforts that we're making with community engagement and transparency are a outreach effort with our community enrichment objective. Any questions?
Are we supposed to be opening this up for public comment after each presentation?
You can, or you can take it at the end, mayor's discretion.
Okay. Do you guys think it's,
And are we able to have talking points and discussion, or is it only questions?
You can, this is an opportunity for the council to test our assumptions about the budget, test our assumptions about what we're proposing, things that you like, things that you don't like. If you don't want to do tasers, tell us you don't want to do tasers. We'll take it out. If you want to do more tasers, we'll double the tasers.
Let's double.
It's totally up to the consensus of the council.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, and it's a helpful, another helpful data point, looking at our amended budget relative to the proposed budget, and controlling for the allocation of overhead. It's only a 3.25% increase, even with the enhancements, which is right on spec with inflation and wages. So we're also getting enhancements, right? So
So to go back on the broader question, so this is because there isn't anything formally agendized. We don't have to follow the strict rules that we do for other items of discussion or agendized items of questions, public comment, and discussion. This can all blend together. I'm
Correct.
understanding it correctly.
Yeah, this is a study session. It's for conversation.
Perfect. Okay.
I think, I don't know if we have public comment, but I think I would like to open it up at each session, so it's relevant to each portion that
I
we're
would
looking
agree
at.
with
So
I'm supportive.
at this time, is there any public comment coming from our audience? This is when it will behoove us to have call-ins in the future, which will be coming in what month? Does that change? July. Oh, I don't see a slide on my slide.
Should we do the?
You have
the
another slide?
The reconciliation?
Again, we provided these for reference. It wasn't really a, let's go through line by line and see all the things. If there was something you had a question about, we're happy to answer them. But we're highlighting all of the things that we think are of substance already.
All right. Hello, former Mayor Capoche.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for opening it up to public comment. I think this is really valuable. So my question goes back to the previous presentation, not with regard to the police department, if that's okay. Okay, just with regard to the budgeting, again, I listened to the presentation that was made when you first came on. And if I remember right, for about 5 consecutive years now, we've averaged a surplus of about 1.3 million. And again, this year, that seems like there's a surplus again. So I know when I was on the council, I went back and forth with our city managers on this budgeting process with regard to headcount. So every year you list the authorized headcount, and what we used to do was then budget as if that headcount was going to be in place for the whole year, and it never, ever, ever is, because you always have turnover, and there's a lag between the time when somebody departs the city and you hire their replacement. So for this year, are you doing anything different with regard to that? Or have you budgeted fully for the headcount that you've authorized, that assuming they're going to be here 100% of the time?
Thank you for the question. There is no vacancy factor included in the budget. We are budgeting for 100% participation.
So you therefore are going to underrun that expense.
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, again, this was going on when I was on the council, but I'll ask again, why, when I was working, I know that was a long time ago, but we didn't budget that way. I mean, my department had a head count, and I never had enough money to satisfy that head count, but you knew it was going to be all right because there's going to be turnover. So why doesn't the city budget like that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
So on that point, until recently, over the last couple of years, we've actually had very low turnover, whereas in previous years, we had very high turnover. So I don't know. And then also there's the recruitment costs that are associated when you do have turnover. So I don't know how much we would be underrepresenting an expenditure for having low turnover, and when we do have turnover, recruiting costs were probably allocated elsewhere.
For larger organizations, having a vacancy factor built into the budget sometimes makes sense. For an organization the size of Sierra Madre, where there's, it's a smaller organization, it really wouldn't be prudent to do that.
Because we saw it this year with 2 unexpected executive positions. It really does move the needle, it seems as though, but.
And it depends on the nature of the position too, right? I mean, it could be an entry-level position versus an executive position, entry-level position. Even if it was vacant for 3 months, you're only maybe potentially looking at a $15,000 cost saving.
And I also want to say that the onboarding time for what used to happen in public safety is much quicker now. It used to take a full year to onboard a new officer, and now it's much shorter with the background checks being easier to do. and all the other checks and balances that we do to onboard a new officer is much quicker.
Yeah, we strive for
months.
about a 90-day window.
Yes, which is
to fill a position.
totally opposite of 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Good point. Thank you for the comment. Wish there were more people here to make comments.
Yes.
So we have had some turnover in the last year,
We have.
Yes,
but that's different than in previous years
for different reasons, I
for
think.
different reasons.
There have been times similar
Yeah.
in our history. But I think that that's part of what we're looking forward to then is making sure that we budget what we want to have. We want to have a fully serviced department with fully staffed. And if that's what we want and we're aiming for, we should budget for that. And it seems to me that we are filling those positions adequately with personnel that is staying. And so that turnover isn't just like our norm like it used to be. The turnover isn't, we are the training camp and then we're moving on. Now we see less of a turnover except for extenuating circumstances. All right. Is everyone good? Okay, let's move on to our Sierra Madre Fire Department. Welcome, Chief Bartlett.
I have two.
We're doubling up. It's okay. We'll make it work. Good evening, Mayor Lowe, Mayor Pro Tem Goss, Council Members Garcia and Parkhurst, and community members that are here or watching on television. Tonight, I'll be presenting the fire department's proposed fiscal year 26-27 operating budget, including our accomplishments over the past year, our strategic priorities moving forward, and the proposed investments needed to maintain and enhance the level of service our community expects and deserves. Our vision is to retain a positive, cost-effective, and innovative fire department while continuing to provide exceptional customer service to the Sierra Madre community. Everything we do is focused on maintaining a safe, inclusive, and resilient community while responsibly managing the resources entrusted to us. Our mission is simple but important: protecting life, property, and the environment through compassionate service. Whether responding to emergencies, providing medical care, conducting inspections, or preparing for a wildfire season, our focus is always on serving the community with professionalism and compassion. These core values that you see in front of you on the slide represent the foundation of our organization and guide how we operate every day. Honor, integrity, compassion, and respect are not just words on the slide. They define how our personnel interact with each other and with the community that we serve. Here you'll see an overview of our department's current organizational structure. And as you can see, we operate very lean. Administratively, one of the key enhancements proposed in this budget is the addition of a deputy fire chief position to strengthen leadership capacity, improve continuity of operations, support fire prevention efforts, and assist with succession planning and organizational sustainability.
So updating that org chart, where would that position be just below you and then hub out to everybody else as well? Or would it be a new hub on its own?
Directly reporting to me, yes, sir.
And then also have authority over
Yes.
everybody else? Okay.
Yeah, so basically, deputy fire chief would be second in command and fill in my absence.
Thank you.
This slide highlights several significant accomplishments completed during fiscal year 25-26. We expanded our paramedic subscription program to include additional participation options for residents and businesses. We adopted the updated building and fire codes to maintain compliance with state safety standards and completed adoption of the city's updated local hazard mitigation plan, which is critical for maintaining FEMA eligibility and strengthening our disaster preparedness efforts. During fiscal year 25-26, we also implemented updated red flag parking regulations to improve emergency access and evacuation readiness during wildfire events. In addition, we completed a major technology upgrade through the implementation of the next generation CAD system, which is our computer-aided dispatching and mobile technology system, which significantly improves interoperability, situational awareness, and information sharing for frontline fire and EMS personnel.
And that's just what we approved last night, right?
Yes, sir. I do believe that was a question that I saw from council as well. So yes, we are switching from a Windows-based program and going to a iOS tablet form. And that was the switch that we approved last night, yes. This slide is going to highlight several important EMS-related accomplishments. Sierra Madre Fire is participating in Los Angeles County's POCUS program, which stands for Point of Care Ultrasound. It's a pilot program, and we are one of 2 agencies involved in LA County in evaluating this emergency technology in the pre-hospital environment. Additionally, our cardiac arrest outcomes for 2025 exceeded county, state, and national benchmarks, including achieving 100%, which reflects the high level of care being delivered by our personnel. And when I refer to 100%, that's Eugene survival, which is basically a measurable survival outcome for cardiac patients that had a witnessed cardiac event. So we're really proud of that. And again, that's a reflection of the investment that the community and city council have made into our personnel and our equipment to do such.
Could I ask a question too? Do you, in your expertise, believe that that would be due also to our ability to respond from a station that's within 2 miles of any call that we have in our city?
Obviously, anytime we're talking about cardiac events, the time is of the essence, absolutely. Being housed in the station now as a career department versus previous years in the volunteer model where we responded from home, maybe had to pick up equipment or wherever the case is, definite improvement in time.
I would rather compare it more to if we didn't have our own fire department and we used LA County responding from around the corner or down further away. Would that affect that statistic?
A lot of variables, a lot of assumptions in there. If I could say, I mean, yes is the short answer. But on the same hand, we could be already transporting to the hospital and getting automatic aid from another city, which could be a delay as well. There's a lot of variables to that. Short answer is yes. Us being housed, we're not doing any move-ups. LA County, for instance, may have to move whatever resources they have here to cover another area, potentially. Those are the unknowns. So yes, having our own fire department definitely helps ensure that we're here when the time is needed as much as possible.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to just follow that up. So that is amazing. I mean, that's flat out amazing. I did not realize we were at that level. So congratulations. It has to come because of the training of our people too, right? We have top. How do you get that outcome unless it just doesn't happen, right? So
No, sir, and I appreciate that opportunity. As we were speaking about earlier, or the council was speaking about earlier, it has come to the investment in the fire department and personnel. We've come a long way from the beginning 6 years ago now when we made the switch and we made the change in the model to a career department. And council has invested through salaries and compensation. It is gone, miles in retention. And so now we have, in my opinion, and yes, I'm biased, but the best medics in this area.
seems so.
And we're able to retain them now. So I hate to use the term, but it sometimes is appropriate where you scrape the bottom of the barrel just because that's all our pay can afford. The investment that we've made in the city, that the community and council has made, yeah, it truly saves lives, and there's no other way to define that.
Right. Thank you.
So yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak on that. Transitioning into the proposed fiscal year 26-27 operating budget. This budget reflects both our ongoing operational needs and strategic investments in staffing, technology, firefighting safety, and community risk reduction efforts. These investments are intended to maintain operational readiness while addressing increasing service demands and wildfire-related risks. Similar to what you seen previously from our peers in the police department, you can see here our 26 adopted at 723,000 amended to 763 and proposed for this coming fiscal year at just over 800,000, 800,904.
Is this including the new position?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
I
for the
I will
deputy
make sure I cover that, probably in this slide right here.
That's the revenue budget, Chief.
Oh, excuse me.
Yep.
Oh,
Thank you. I'm
got
so
it. I
excited,
missed that.
yes.
Thank you, thank you.
Unlike our PD partners, we do have the opportunity to do cost recovery or revenue. And so, again, if I can back up, thank you, City Manager Bruckner, for that correction. Adopted revenue for 26 at those numbers there, again, amended, and due basically for some additional probably deployments that we attended. And our proposed, you can see an increase now of just under 5% at 4.9. And so this slide is going to summarize the department's primary revenue sources and projected revenue growth for the upcoming fiscal year. Major revenue drivers are going to include our EMS transports and billing revenue, our Cal OES mutual aid reimbursements, fire prevention and permit-related cost recovery, revenues associated with our paramedic subscription program, and training-related revenue generated through our instructional services agreement with Rio Hondo Community College. So again, overall, we're anticipating an increase of 4.9% in revenue. Now onto the expenditures. Adopted previous year, just a little over 3.9 million and amended to slightly over 4 million. And then proposed for this fiscal year is going to be 5.6. Again, as the city manager opened up this study session with, is the ISF is incorporated into that. But backing it out a little bit to exclude that, really it's budget to budget was a 16.1% increase. And expenditures are projected to increase approximately, like I said, the 16.1%. The primary drivers include, as Mayor's alluding to, is the deputy chief, fire chief position, also implementation of a new RMS system, which is our records management system, and the phased transition to PFAS-free turnout gear, acquisition of additional Lucas CPR device, and the allocation of central service costs for the department's budgets. These investments are intended to improve operational efficiency, firefighter safety, emergency response capabilities, and long-term organizational sustainability. One of the major priorities identified in our fiscal year 26-27 work plan is the addition of the deputy fire chief position. This position will strengthen leadership capacity, improve operational oversight, expand fire prevention and defensible space efforts, and support community risk reduction initiatives. It will also improve continuity of operations and create additional succession planning opportunities for the fire department. We also plan to continue pursuing grant funding opportunities to support development of a community wildfire protection plan and other wildfire mitigation and vegetation management projects. In addition, the department will continue enhancing emergency response, fire prevention, training, technology, and community outreach efforts to improve overall service delivery and public safety. The slide is going to highlight two of the major proposed budget enhancements. The first is the addition, as I spoke to earlier, of the full-time deputy fire chief position. Again, for all the reasons that I alluded to earlier, of, support leadership, fire prevention, defensible space, basically getting our community risk reduction program up and running, and to incorporate fire prevention efforts. The second is the implementation of the First Due, which is the name of the platform, or the name of First Due is the name similar to like a Microsoft. It's just a brand name. Records management system, which will modernize and consolidate many of our operational, training, reporting, scheduling, and fire prevention functions into a single integrated platform. Currently, we have multiple platforms for that. One will be for scheduling, one will be for EMS, one will be for prevention. We're going to get one system that is going to incorporate it all, one-stop shopping, if you will. Continuing with budget enhancements, we are focusing on firefighter safety and EMS responsibility capabilities. We are proposing the phased transition to PFAS-free turnout gear to reduce firefighter exposure to hazardous chemicals and maintain compliance with evolving industry standards. A portion of this one-time expenditure is offset through the Toll Brothers Development Agreement. And we are also proposing the purchase of a second Lucas mechanical CPR device to improve cardiac arrest response capabilities and support high-quality resuscitation efforts. And that device would be housed on our paramedic fire engine. So if our ambulance is gone with the current device we have, we do have a second that we can put into play on that next call.
And those are those automatic. I haven't seen ours as much, but I've seen other cities. So it's the automatic CPR.
It provides automatic compressions,
Yeah,
yes.
thank
And
you.
so, especially for our engine, industry standards are four personnel on an engine. We have 3. So, for instance, if the engine is responding to a cardiac incident with 3 members, we're behind the curveball right there to start valid CPR. So that device there basically is another person for us. That device will do the compressions while we do the rest.
Going back,
Yes, sir.
so the deputy fire chief position,
Yes.
would they also liaise with our fire safe council and all that as well?
I
that
do
part
feel sorry for this person. Once they're onboarded, they don't realize the load that they're going to get. Yes. Truly and honestly, right, if we didn't put it into this budget, and I definitely haven't, because the true need is to have a fire marshal and a deputy fire chief. We need two FTEs. That's not doable, at least not at this point in time. So we're trying to be creative and combine that role. So the deputy fire chief will also be the community risk reduction officer as well, and again, taking on prevention. So yes, to answer that question is our Fire Safe Council as well as CERT. They will be the liaison for them, providing a consistent source, if you will, to our volunteers that are trying to help strengthen the numbers, a force multiplier for the fire department, and educating the community and helping funding things and everything else. So yes, there's going to be a heavy lift for them to set up these programs, as well as go out and evaluate our risks within the community when it comes to wildfire prevention and the like. The Community Wildfire Protection Plan is another document that is going to be valuable for us. They're going to try and get that implemented. We're looking for funding for that now, but that would be their lift as well. That will allow us to get a lot more funding. With that plan alone, opens up many more doors for us to look at things. So again, yes, a heavy lift for them.
So I think it's almost going on 2 years now, along with Mayor Lowe, and there may have been one other maybe just the two of us for most of the day. We did tour the city with CAL FIRE.
Robert
And-
did too.
Yeah, for some of it, yeah. And what they mentioned was that after you have fire safe councils, if you became a fire-wise community, that they have seen that the premiums that the residents pay for homeowners insurance is relatively lower potentially. Would this new, not to add more onto the plate of this potential hire, but would this be one step closer to us being a fire-wise community?
That is absolutely my vision in the long run. Time framed, in reality, we can probably get going there. And the Firewise communities, just to kind of highlight it a little bit, they can run anywhere from 4 to 5 to 6 homes that want to be a community themselves to a block, to an area. So say we want to look at the Lower Canyon. They could be a Firewise community. To your recollection from your tour, yes, that is my understanding as well, is the Firewise communities, it wouldn't be Sierra Madre as a whole. It would be a collection of all these different communities getting involved to then be, say, Sierra Madre is Firewise. However, each community, whether that's one at the 5 to 6 homes, can basically be registered as a Firewise community. That's a national level, if you will, and they can seek those benefits. So for their area, they can get some funding, they can distribute it amongst their homes and the like. We want to see that spread out. So Deputy Fire Chief Community Risk Reduction Area is also that liaison to help educate, to help bring people together and to help spread that word and just try to get that snowball going, if you will.
And the Firewise communities also have to harden their houses, right, their properties?
That is going to be part of the checklist, yes. It's all the vegetation management, it's the home hardening, and just trying to, basically, if you're looking at all the CAL FIRE suggestions, if you will, if they're checking all these off, if they're hopefully the state gets things right and just starts to bring in the insurance companies along with fire, along with the legislators, and we get this thing right, because it's all over the map right now. But if we're implementing the things that CAL FIRE is suggesting and the State Fire Marshal is suggesting, then yeah, we're gonna be able to see some improvement in premiums and or just getting insurance, if you will. Yeah.
And it was our master plan, I think, that really pointed out the issue with not being a sustainable, full-functioning department unless you inserted another person into your chain of command. Because if, like in our fire, when you had to go to the incident command, like, we don't have a chief or someone in your role who can command and be in charge of, say, captains and firefighters. You're missing a whole position in there.
That is correct. And even to back it up, right? When the fire started, I was actually off the mainland, if you will, and I only got back into town 3 days before the fire. So, absent of that, I got great staff. They'd make some stuff happen, but it's definitely not ideal. And to your point, Mayor, is we would have zero representation in unified command, trying to get what this city deserves and needs. We would have no representation there, and so. Those are key elements in that case, So yes, it is a void that we're going to get filled, and I'm hoping that we can get this budget passed and check that one off for us. Absolutely.
Thank you.
So on this budget here,
Yes, sir.
so you have 480,000, but the difference between the two is 1.6 million. Is the other 1.2 million? Is that on the cost allocation for overhead?
1 million.
1 million. Okay, but it's a cost allocation across the board.
1 million's cost allocation on the,
Yes.
according to the.
Yes.
Okay.
Just under 1 million is going to be the cost allocation for the ISF. Yes. So on this slide basically summarizes the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget enhancements including the deputy fire chief position, the PFAS-free turnout gear, which, just to elaborate on a little bit, is I imagine everybody, because of the Eaton fire, has kind of become a little bit aware of PFAS. Unfortunately, the equipment that we wear, the turnouts that we wear right now, it contains PFAS. And so we are trying to trend away from that in the industry, and the standards are now for the manufacturers and is to provide those garments without the PFAS in them. So for the community's knowledge as well. Also, moving on is the RMS modernization, the expansion of our Lucas CPR capabilities. And then the slide also distinguishes between the one-time expenditures and the ongoing operational costs associated with these investments.
Can I ask you a quick question if you go back one? So the records management system is going to be an ongoing $21,510 enhancement, but what have we been spending on 3 different platforms?
It's actually a little bit more than 3 platforms. I gave you the 3 examples.
Okay.
The total difference, if I remember right, is probably somewhere around $8,100. But there is an overlap that we're going to be running for this fiscal year coming, because we do have some legacy information that's going to need to be transferred. We're not up and running with a new RMS system, and even when we do, it's still going to be a lag in it, as well as some of the agreements we already have in place. They will expire during the next fiscal year, and so at that point, we will not renew them. We'll just move forward with the RMS system and hopefully have all that legacy information uploaded into it.
Thank you.
The fiscal year 26-27 work plan and proposed budget enhancements directly support the city's strategic plan by advancing organizational sustainability, public safety, innovation, wildfire preparedness, firefighter safety, and operational efficiency initiatives through targeted investments in staffing, technology, equipment, and community risk reduction programs. And this concludes my presentation. I'd like to thank City Council, City Manager, staff, and our community for the continued support of the fire department, and I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Chief, the Ad hoc Revenue Committee identified, or you presented to them an option for an EMS ambulance. That's not in the budget. Can you tell us kind of like the thought process on that and where that is
Absolutely.
in the consideration?
Yes, sir. When we looked at the budget and the monies that basically we have to utilize for these enhancements, the decision was made basically on prioritization. We have a very robust advanced life support system, and bringing in BLS, although it would be a benefit to our community, it's not necessarily a need. We can handle everything we're doing with ALS. That being said, as our master plan said as well, right? We're short on the management and administrative side, and especially when we're talking about community risk reduction and fire prevention, the liability for the city on that side far outweighs doing a program enhancement, if you will. Not to say it doesn't have value, and we're not going to look at it, but it just didn't make the cut this go round.
And what was I know that there was a number of updates and refinements. What was the revenue estimate, the kind of the final revenue estimate for that program?
That I don't have off the top of my head. I do have you.
It was.
Captain Bustillos may have an actual number.
There were 3 models in the scenario, and we had sort of a very conservative, a best kind of middle road, and then, if we were able to generate a bunch of revenue, being able to, do transports. I think on the top end, we were looking at sort of about a $200,000 sort of baseline estimate, that if we were doing as much transports as we possibly could, the net increase would be about $200,000 a year. On sort of the realistic analysis, we were about break even. So as the chief mentioned, it's sort of a service level enhancement. It's not necessarily a revenue generating program.
Okay, so it'd be a break even, and would it be mainly serving our community, or would it be broader?
It would be broader. There are opportunities for us to do transports into, say, Pasadena or Arcadia, and other areas outside of Sierra Madre. But, you know, there are costs and travel time and all of that if we're trying to expand the zone, if you will. You know, I understand the interest in the program as a, you know, potential service level enhancement. I think in terms of order of magnitude in my conversations with the chief, doing the deputy chief position and the community risk reduction was sort of the more pressing need than trying to address a service that I think we do a pretty good job at. I mean, you saw the Osteen score of 100%. I mean, we're resourced there sufficiently, and where we're deficient is in that community risk reduction portion of it, and in the organizational sustainability. So in terms of order of magnitude, we approached it that way.
I would
there
anticipate as
any-
well that our ambulances, our apparatus wouldn't be able to sustain that right now. Our ambulances are due for a new one, and so we would basically have to make sure we have 2 fully functioning RAs, one for BLS and one for ALS. And if we don't have, if our reserve is out at all, that means you're not going to have it. And so we already need to order a new ambulance coming up for our new term. So we would have to purchase another, what is that now, like 600,000? I forget what they are now.
They're
Scary.
An ambulance is probably in the neighborhood of 300 to 400,000.
And did
And we have to wait.
has our ALS been operational all this year? Has it had any issues?
I would ask which one, but yes, actually, we have a frontline ambulance and we have a reserve. Unfortunately, both of them went down at the same time. And it was in the cards at that time, where we were able to reach out to our peers, though, and we did get support from our other agencies, particularly Glendale and who else did we get? Pasadena, excuse me. They loan us ours, and we've reciprocated as well. We've loaned our ambulance out as well as engines, and so. But yes, their equipments, they get used quite a bit, and sometimes things break, and so it was unfortunate both were down at the same time. However, we do have one back now, and the other one is scheduled for its maintenance coming up next week, I believe, and we should have it back the following week and both in service again.
Thank you.
And are there any other downsides to the consideration of the BLS program?
The downsides of it, to be honest with you, as I think City Manager Bruckner alluded to, is we don't have the potential to sustain a program here just within Sierra Madre. It would rely on transports from neighboring cities as well, neighboring jurisdictions, in order to sustain that. So, that being said, since we've gone down this venture, Arcadia has a program. They're looking at putting an additional BLS ambulances into service to help cover some of their load. Monrovia is now looking at it. There are agencies that see that value as well. Even if we put ours into play and they jump on board, we're going to lose the potential for some of that, those calls. And so it's going to be an ongoing look, if you will, of whether it's still a valid program going to the future.
So, I appreciate you bringing this up because the revenue, some members of the revenue committee were really, I think I think maybe a little upset that we didn't put this together. But the numbers that I heard them quoting, and I actually pulled up Captain Bustillo's model in front of me right now, were totally different than what they were quoting, like on a podcast, let's say, by numbers of like 5 times higher than what Captain Bustillo's put together. So I'm looking at the conservative estimate. So how many ALS calls do we do on average per day in the city?
Per day, we are only we're averaging about 4 to 5 calls per day, and that is a mixture of EMS and fire. We are somewhere around 1,400 calls for service in general, with 80, almost 80% of those being at EMS. So we're at about 800 to 900 calls per year.
Okay. So the conservative estimate, I think, was 1 call a day. So that'd be 365 BLS calls per year. And I have the number here because I know you asked. The revenue number was 142,609, and the net after paying for the staffing and all that would be 36,000 a year.
On the conservative end, yes.
Yeah, and then the moderate was running 2 calls a day, so that'd be over 700 calls per year. And the revenue was $276,000, and the net was $168,000. And then the optimistic was, I think that was 4 calls a day, 3 calls a day, per shift rather. And the gross was 402,000, and the net was 294,000 after payments. So, but like you said, kind of the optics of it is if we have Sierra Madre running calls, is it a bad look for us to be running in other cities, or is that really not considered?
To be honest, it's the eye of the beholder, I guess. I see it as a great value. It likely, in respect, if we're not here and people see Arcadia, Pasadena, or somebody coming to help us, that's a great thing, right? Because we're already tied up on a call, we're doing a transport, we're at the hospital. Perhaps we've already moved down to help our neighbors as well, and that next call are coming out. It's just.
So would this be outside automatic aid? Would it be a whole different dispatch, or would it be within automatic aid?
If we were to move forward with a BLS program, it would be, we would have to work with our dispatch to do a tiered dispatching type of system, if you will. So depending on the call that comes in, they would triage it and basically dispatch the proper resources. So it could be just a BLS call, and instead of sending an ALS resource, they send a BLS resource. And that could go whether, Pasadena does not have a BLS program currently. So for instance, Upper Hastings, Lower Hastings, if they had that, if we have that agreement with Pasadena, they can say, yeah, send BLS 41, if you will.
And Arcadia does, correct?
Arcadia does currently have that program, but they have a lot of calls for service. We're helping them out quite a bit.
And I think that wasn't talked about as much, but that seemed to me most optimistic when Captain Bustillos put these things together was as far as the dollars are concerned, was the stroke unit. Is that actually happening, or is it still not? I mean, not for us. I mean, is this still a real program, or is that?
The problem with some of these other programs, and Captain Bustillos has done a lot of work, and she's got a lot of great ideas. When you want to talk about innovation, we're fortunate to have her. Not a lot of departments are thinking the way she is. And so the biggest issue with these are the cost reimbursements. The insurance companies aren't paying for a lot of these things yet. There's a lot of pilot programs that some agencies are just picking up the cost. Maybe there was some grant funding for it. It's run out. So until the insurance companies and everybody take a look at this and they see the benefits of not transporting people that don't need transporting. And in some cases, if we're talking paramedicine, community paramedicine is another one that we're looking at, along with the mobile stroke units. There's all kinds of things that we can be doing, but the reimbursement's just not there.
Yeah, I think originally there was a lot of grant money that was going to be available for that stroke unit.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
We'll keep innovating.
As long as we have her by our side, we will be, yes.
All right, at this time, does anyone have any more questions?
There's an increase in PPG AMT on a budget line. Can you explain what that is?
I will try my best. Even in our industry, fire chiefs, we're having quite a few meetings with the people that are the subject matter experts on this because it's extremely confusing, but I'll try to sum it up if I can. And so basically, it's for the ground ambulance transportation, and it's for private public providers, if you will. So that's, and what it is it's a pool, if you will. And so it covers the Medi-Cal, Medicaid costs, but it also, it allows us to go above what the state, what those, the FEMA or federal charges are, or what we can get back. It allows us to go above and beyond. And it's probably in the neighborhood of about an additional $800 per transport that we, if it goes away, we don't see it. But in order to do that, unfortunately, we don't, you have to pay. I think City Manager said, you know, you don't pay, you don't play. This program isn't that way. You don't have to pay into it and you'll still get your money. We do have agencies within our area that are not paying into it and still reap the same benefits we do. That is not the philosophy of our department, nor would I believe it's our city. If there's a cost share, we're going to participate in it. So that's what it is. Mostly these costs are getting distributed amongst the players because the non-players are not there. And so there was a significant increase in that. However, we did do a deep dive into it, and we are still benefiting from the returns. Our revenues are still greater than our expenditures on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Is there any public comment for the fire department budget? Come on up, Mr. Dennison.
Thank you.
Minute timer.
I did have some questions as I was looking at the budget here. There's an ask for the $155,000 of personal protective equipment, the turnout gear, but then buried on the reconciliation is an offsetting revenue line. I assume that there's a grant that offsets this.
Which item?
For the the turnouts.
Yeah, so really quick related to that, as part of the development agreement with Toll Brothers wrote the city a check for $250,000 for public safety expenses. We're allocating that 125 against the purchase of the turnouts.
Okay, so I guess, are we going to then have a surplus of the difference from that because we've already got a funding source for it? So like, how's that follow up to the general fund to get this accurate picture of what's really being spent?
So the 250,000 was allocated, 125 for the police department, which is going for their purchase of the tasers. And then the other 125,000 was for the turnouts. So there's a net of like $30,000 that the general fund is actually picking up for that expense.
So there'll be, so I guess what I'm asking is, you're showing in one slide that it's costing 155 in one and 180 in the other, and it's not costing that. So are we going to expect a $250,000 overage in the general fund?
I'm not sure I'm following.
I think our
following the
finance
question.
director's coming up.
Well, when we do a budget, we do the gross budget on revenue and expenditure. So the 250,000 that you mentioned, that's part of the revenue budget. The 155 or the 125 related to that 250,000, that's on the expenditure budget. So there's no conflict because they are separately budgeted. And by the way, the 250,000, we already received it. In the current year, we actually just recently received it about 2 weeks ago. So that money is already received in the current year. We're just trying to match the expenditure to the revenue. So the expenditure is budgeted out in the next year, but the revenue is already received in the current year.
So would we, in the slides that you had, would we have seen this in the other revenue category? Is that where that 250 coming in would be in the other revenue category versus, let's say, property tax or UUT?
The 250,000 will be shown as a beginning fund balance for the newly created equipment replacement fund. Okay. To fund the equipment purchase. So the
That's new
equipment
this year.
replacement fund is brand new, so there's really zero fund balance, but the 250,000 as well as there's another 31,000 insurance proceed. They were being received and placed into the fund as the beginning fund balance to make all these purchases.
And if I could add to that, we received the check this year. We designated it specifically for public safety. We put it in a different account so that we were accounting for its use because it was part of the agreement that said it can only be used for certain activities. We're recognizing it in the budget on this worksheet that the offset for this expense is being either fully or partially paid for with that proportion.
So in slide 28, the FY 27 general fund revenue by budget category, is that money in that pie chart that's on that page?
No, because the revenue is being recognized this fiscal year.
Oh, there we go. I finally caught up.
So then
Did
on
that-
the, on
that-
the
you were-
reconciliation approval, if we look at that, where it says, it says 2000 fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget, where it says revenues at $763,060, is that included in that revenue?
It is not, because that is only department-generated revenue.
Oh, not, and is that, okay, so that's the programs that are already
That's
set, not any
EMS, charges
grants.
for services, et cetera.
Just like I asked PD, it doesn't show the grants that come.
That's
in.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess that's the confusing thing to the public, is
How's it
that
balanced?
we're showing an enhancement here of $155,000 that's not anywhere near that. The fire department isn't asking for $155,000.
So was that also what you were talking about before, where the actual is going to look inflated? But that had to do more with carryover.
Yeah, it's not inflated. What we're showing here is the gross cost of these activities. On the reconciliation worksheet, where there is an offsetting revenue for these activities, or it's funded from a dedicated source, we do recognize it on that worksheet. It's a presentation element. It's not intended to roll up, if you will, into the overall budget. This is to provide the public with a true accounting of how we are funding these activities.
So for governmental accounting, that 155,000 will be seen as an expenditure out of this department.
That's correct.
The truing up of the $125,000 is just for public consumption, to knowing where the funds came from. That's not part of government accounting. It's just, we're
Correct.
just showing the public.
It's in the budget. It's in the budget.
So then if we were looking at the reconciliation, then it shows that revenue and it shows the expenditures with the difference.
So for
Correct.
Yeah, so I don't think this would be a capital improvement, so we're talking GAN limit. The 155,000 would be appropriated towards that expenditure category, regardless if we have a $125,000 offset, doesn't matter.
Correct.
Can it be, no, I guess it can't be included as capital.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, for example. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
It's a true budget item.
The reconciliation worksheet is more art than accounting. It's a accurate reflection of the movement within the budget. But where we have these one-time sort of specialty items like the 250,000, if I just put on there that we're spending $150,000 on turnouts, and I don't say that I'm spending the $250,000 that Toll gave us for public safety purposes, where do I show that in the budget?
And the $790,000 that we're probably going to get from EMS next year, from my understanding, that doesn't get allocated to the fire department. That just goes to the general fund.
That's correct.
We're just showing that
Oh,
this department actually drives revenue.
That's
But
correct.
it's part of the general fund anyhow.
That's
I
correct.
didn't even pick that up.
I want to make sure we're answering your question.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't feel like these enhancement slides, when they don't have the offsets from the other categories, show what the real ask is. Because this one's 125,000 off, PD was 125,000 off. Are each of these that are going to have grants in them going to be off based on what we're showing is the ask?
Okay,
It-
that's
it-
a fair assessment, just to
It
include
sounds,
that.
because I guess it would be great if we could find a way to get to the total number of what the ask is by department. But the only way to do that, I guess, is to create a ginormous spreadsheet that has,
Which is why we don't do it that way.
or you could just show it net. Thank you.
Thanks. More public comment? All right, discussion?
Yeah, obviously, spending money on another FTE is during, this cycle it's difficult. But I think in the long run, from what I've heard from Chief, the benefits to the community, potential benefits, outstrip the cost. Because if we have zero zone and people are actually looking at that and it's being watched, it's going to save homes and it's going to save lives, it's going to save resources, and it potentially could reduce insurance premiums for our residents.
And I think we've gotten extremely lucky that we've had captains that have been taking up parts of these positions that they're not supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be doing on calls, they're training, they're doing all these, and then these other activities used to be okay when we didn't have a busy city. Now that we used to have 0.5 calls a day. And if we're up to 3 or 4 calls a day now, there's not enough time in that day to do all of this and that. So when we had the visit from CAL FIRE and from LA County Fire, and they showed us all the problems that we had, that never would have come up. And then luckily, it was right before we had a major, major fire when they talked exactly about what would happen if we did this and this and this and what we need to do. Now, normally, if we have a position that's filled for that exact intent, we can do more actionable items to get those completed. Whereas this time, we put it on the back burner somewhat, but we did a lot as much as we could. And for us to have that risk of like not having a chief, and thank gosh he was in town. I mean, if he wasn't, and poor, we have a great staff, but they're not fire marshal approved for these positions. They're capable of them, but they're not certified for those. And that's putting a huge liability on their lives and on our liability and our safety for our whole city. And that's what really frightens me, is that this is the only department that doesn't have a second in command. So that's why I'm validating that position.
I accept those arguments. I mean, it's pretty obvious we've needed this for a long time. Our budget's not ideal right now, but that doesn't change the fact we have the need. The cost benefits work out, but we have the rest of the budget to look at in terms of, what we might want to do to help pay for it.
It also is interesting that, when we had to increase salaries previously, that really did change the dynamics of our fire department from not having such a rotating door type of issue. And so we've seen those enhancements. We've heard from the public, they want to have their own. If we ever jobbed this out to another department, we wouldn't even be able to do that right now. It would still be at a higher cost than we're paying in this budget for what we have. And we would have less services. So this, to me, validates again our priorities of public safety and public works and water and all is what our public has said. So it can't just be like us deciding that we like this the best. It's like this is actually what our public has said they want as their priority.
I think a point person that can take off with the fire safe council and the fire-wise communities, I think that's pretty important for our future in terms of hardening this city. We really don't have a focal point at all in the city for that.
Again, it's a captain that has to come off his normal duty
Right,
hours
right.
and come up from his own home.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to our.
We take a 5-minute break?
Oh, sure. We will take a 5-minute recess.
How long do we plan to be here?
Do you guys want to get started? You guys getting started and we'll wait. Oh, nope.
Thought it was at first.
All right, we can go ahead and get started with your presentation. He has it.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and esteemed council members. I'm Brian Dickinson, Public Works Director, so I will be going through our proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2027 first, and then we'll transition into the CIP budget. So Public Works Department is dedicated to delivering high-quality, reliable, and equitable services, committed to providing infrastructure enhancements, improvements, operating and maintaining our water and sewer systems, maintaining our parks and streets, and to provide economic vitality and overall community well-being. Here's our departmental organizational chart where we've got it divided under, we got water side, streets, which sewer falls under the streets, and then our fleet and equipment maintenance and facilities maintenance, and then our admin staff under me. Some of our key accomplishments during fiscal year 26 on the public works side of things, because this will be divided between public works and water and then sewer. The public works staff actually put up a secondary gate at the Yucca Basin structure, which would provide for additional capture in case anything went through the primary structure, which we did see some during the rainstorm since I've been here. The potholes repaired, that's been since basically after I got here. They were tracking it a little more closer, so it was 128. With that aspect, once we get as I get into the discussion further, one of the projects you guys approved was the GIS asset management software. That will be able to track that more closely, and we'll have that more regularly updated on that. And then the Yucca debris basin cleaning, we contracted out for that, and that was the first cleaning in 10 years since it was put back to the city from the county. So that was 10 years of debris. They went in, cleaned up part of it, then we had a rainstorm, which filled some more back in, and then they got it all cleared out again.
So on the potholes, is that an estimate or?
That's actual count. That's an actual count.
Okay.
Because after I got here and when we started having pothole issues, they started tracking a little better.
And I have a question real quick. When you guys get a request for a pothole or notification, how quickly do we get out there? Are there any in abeyance right now, or have they all that we're aware of, have they been serviced? How does that work?
Typically, when we'll get them, they'll do them in a group of ones also, and then they'll go out in a group of them, because they got to do it in a large batch, because the batches of temporary asphalt that we buy, the coal mix, you don't get little small batches. We get larger batches, so it comes in like dump truck loads.
Right.
So they'll go through and get a bunch of them all at once.
So it's always cold patch?
Yeah.
And when they send out, there's a crew, right? At least two guys?
Yeah, crew, yeah.
Okay.
So following up on that, a hot patch, just on scale, how much more expensive and time intensive is that?
Yeah, well, more hot patch, you'd need a machine and
Yeah,
equipment, so you'd
need
have
that.
a truck that would actually smooth it out and do it that way, so you'd have to purchase that piece of equipment.
Like a
And then-
steamroller type
Yeah,
thing?
it's a big piece of equipment and then rolls it over and stuff.
Are there companies that contract out just to do potholes?
You can contract out, there's several, so I've actually had one that one of the ones I got quote for, that we're getting the paving at the library, so the entryway, the driveway that we're gonna do in lieu of the contractor doing it. There's lots of smaller asphalt companies like that that'll do patching and stuff like that.
But we're hoping the enhanced software system of reporting will be sufficient so that you can pre-plan as much as possible.
Pre-plan it, and then also, one of the items we've got budgeted for is a roller, an asphalt roller, that when the water guys go out and do their patch work, it'll roll it out smoother as opposed to,
I thought we had one.
Vibrating it.
We don't have one of those?
no, we don't have a roller.
Huh.
Nope, no asphalt roller.
This is a dumb question. Maybe it's not dumb. But I recently saw on one of the Sierra Madre Facebook pages a discussion of potholes. And somebody suggested that volunteers could go out, get a cold patch mix, and fix potholes. And there was significant discussion about that. I'd like to know what your thoughts are on that.
You don't want to have volunteers doing stuff because then if there is an issue, then it's a liability on you're relying on somebody's not expertise of doing something and then that puts the city at a liability risk. They had that stuff going on in city of LA with people going out with cold patch and doing stuff because they got tired of the city, tired of waiting for the city.
So there's the risk of it not being done properly and then having
And then
it.
failing again. With the purchase, if the purchase of the asphalt roller gets approved, then that'll help once we start doing a lot of the leaks and stuff, those repairs will be a lot better because you'll get it rolled out smooth as opposed to stomping it with a vibratory plate that doesn't get quite as smooth.
Right, right.
So here's our proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2027. So this is our expenditures in the budget. So as everybody said before, year over year, and then you got the allocations in there. So that's driven a lot of the increased costs in the 2027 fiscal year budget.
And is that mostly in the operating part versus the capital? You see the operating has gone up about 800,000.
Yeah.
Right.
And then so it's a 1.2% increase overall in the operating expenditures.
So 1.2%.
Remember, that's not including the allocation addition.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would, which is all the other departments, they've been that way as well. Otherwise, their percentages would have been substantially higher as well.
Right.
Our work plan for Public Works is, we'll be doing a pavement management plan update. The last one was from 2023 through 2026. And having an updated pavement management plan allows us to apply for any potential grants for street funding or any type of street maintenance work. So that will be moving forward. And then that'll update our PCI index and give us our plan moving forward to identify which streets to move forward over a 5-year plan. And then full implementation of, like I said, the GIS asset management software will be fully implemented next fiscal year. So we'll actually, part of that, as you remember, we'll have the citizen app, which will then, on an app on the phone where citizens can report service issues. And then the public safety building, City Hall generator will be moving forward with that project. These are the budget enhancements. So the pavement management plan, $50,000 estimate to have that completed. Special event equipment, so there's some funding in there. We'll give it K-rails for public safety events, parade barricades, any type of traffic control devices. So we got some funding. We're looking at various aspects. There's some ones we're gonna have the PD look at if that's beneficial for them, and actually also some of the steel barricades that you put up that they have at certain types of events, but we'll have to see how feasible that is to be moved around with our crews or police crews to move them around, or it's just gonna be K-rails or water-filled barricades. And then $100,000 for sidewalk repair. So we'll be looking at various aspects of sidewalk, because some of the sidewalk our crews just can't do because there are large swaths of it. And if they were in the middle of doing that and then got an emergency call, they'd have to make that area safe before they could even respond to the emergency.
Now, prior to this, we had a 4-year plan and we went through different stages. Now, how did you estimate that this would be $100,000?
Well, this is repairs. That 4-year plan, they just did grinding. They just did
Okay.
grinding of raised areas, which you do grinding, it's a cosmetic Band-Aid because the raised portion is due to roots and not taking care of the root problem. You're gonna be back within a year or two with those sidewalk panels raised again. So what you need to do is go in when you rip those panels out, cut the roots out so they don't cause those panels to lift back up again.
Yeah, but then sometimes a tree goes dead
Yeah,
or
so
falls over.
if it's a public right-of-way tree, we'll have to deal with it. If it's a private tree, then
They have to do it.
we're working on aspects of that there
So I know you didn't have the best data coming into this, so how did you estimate what your things would cost?
That's just a start to get going.
Okay,
That's just a start to get going on our sidewalk issues.
So you don't know how much you'd be able to cover on
No,
that? That
off
just
the top
starts-
of my head, no.
Yeah.
Once I get a project going and get a cost, get a bid in and cost, then I would be able to know more how much square footage of sidewalk I could replace.
And you're talking about contracting work, right?
Yeah, that'll be contracted. Like I said, our crews can only do small swaths, small panels at a time. Otherwise, if they've got a big, long thing opened up and then an emergency arises when they're in the middle of pouring, 200 feet of sidewalk, we're in a world of hurt then.
Right.
So then this is the summary table of those. And these are all one-time expenses. So $218,900 total in one-time expenses, budget enhancements.
so the sidewalk repair service is a one-time in hand?
For right now, it may
Okay,
be a
okay, I get it,
budget going forth.
I get it, thank you.
Now we're onto the water division.
I can
So-
just back you up for just one
Yep.
minute. Not too long ago, maybe former Mayor Capocia remembers, we had a deal where we offered to share costs of replacing sidewalks in front of people's houses with the homeowners. I take it we're not doing that anymore. For a while there, we were doing it.
That I don't know.
And we didn't spend a lot on it, but we did have several successful projects.
That's the first I'm hearing about such a program like that. We can take a look
Probably
at it.
6 or
if
8
it's-
years ago.
Okay, we'll take a look and see if it's something that's feasible within the allocation that we have.
But some people are ready to go
Yeah,
and have some capabilities.
sure.
And I think the holdup was really the cost for us contributing. I think we need to send an inspector over before and after,
Okay.
something like that.
We could take a look at it.
I wasn't on council then, but from what I recall, there was, when somebody would want to improve their approach or their driveway, there was some kind of cost sharing for that, especially if they did not have a sidewalk adjacent to their driveway, they could implement or put a sidewalk into that, to the park, public right of way.
I like that too. We should
I
talk
think
about that.
that's what I recall happening, but I could be wrong.
We'll look into it.
So here's
you.
some key accomplishments in 2026 for the water division. So 425 distribution leaks repaired. So that's on our water mains. 250 meters replaced, 380 system valves exercised, and then 1,350 acre feet of imported water through Met Connection for recharge.
Is that including the duplicates, like the spots that get duplicated, or is that not duplicated?
For what?
Like leaks that are duplicated, like for instance, in the canyon on Sturtevant,
This is all the leaks we would have, it could
So
be
if we
multiple
had a
leaks on
leak-
the same street.
if it leaked again a month later, that's the 425.
Yeah,
Okay,
because it's probably a different location. You'll get some where,
feet away.
depends on,
right
I've
at the
been in-
same spot.
I've been in a place where I worked and lived in, and I've seen a street where there was 10 patches on the street.
Do we have like a dashboard of some of these over time? Like, I'm curious about the acre feet of imported. We had a pretty wet year. But we've had problems with imported water in the past. We basically have to treat it to be able to use it. And, it'd be interesting to kind of see some of those, especially even in thinking about the 925-foot level of the reservoir, or whatever that is. I mean, some of those are some important stats that would be helpful longer term. I know we're talking budget here, but you're talking about successes and accomplishments. Those are things I think that are ongoing metrics that are critical to the city.
I made a note, we'll get that information.
Great, thank you.
And then we also didn't have any mileage of replaced water mains, do we, this last year?
No, because we had one water main that kind of filtered over, which was Woodland,
That's what I was
but
asking.
nothing for the fiscal year.
Thank you.
Did we have one? Did we have any planned?
Lima Street, but we haven't gotten to it yet. So that's carrying over, Lima Street's carrying over. We're in the process of design for
Mountain
South Mountain
Trail.
Trail. And then the realignment, which is the realignment for Carter Street as part of the, Carter Avenue for as part of the development. So our revenues are based on water sales and fees and charges. Increased revenues, there's rate increase effective July 1 per the adopted 2023 rate study. So that'll be moving forward. That's automatic. And that those rates go through fiscal year 2028. So there'll be one in the following fiscal year as well. So 8.5% on revenue increase. So the revenues support water system operations, maintenance and our electric cost, chemical cost. Expenditures. So here's our expenditures between operating and capital. So you'll see we went from 2.45 million in 2026 amended to 4.5 million. So we've got quite aggressive capital program going, which was projects that were identified, so 12.9%. When we get into the CIP presentation, you'll see those projects that we're proposing to do in the this next fiscal year.
But going back to water revenue,
Yes, sir.
so we have an infrastructure charge,
Yep.
and that is included in that total amount?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So you have a ready-to-serve charge, which is your base meter charge.
Right.
You have the commodity charge for sales,
right.
and then the infrastructure charge. And all three of those go up with the rate study, as part of the rate study.
Right, and that money is held until we spend it.
Yep. So then our expenditures, 12.9%. Like I said, you see all those leaks, so that's buying repair clamps, pipe to, if you have to stab in a piece of pipe. Chemical costs have gone up. Our cost of water has gone up from San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District a little bit. So those, our costs keep going up on water systems and sewer systems, more so than a lot of general fund on the public works side of things. Although asphalt going up with the price of oil, that changes, fluctuates constantly. Does so also with PVC pipe, because oil's used in manufacturing of PVC pipe.
So the 2027 proposed, exactly how many, what other than the Lima project, what other water main projects are we planning to?
South Mountain Trail. But it's not just water mains we're doing, there's other projects we're gonna be doing. So the generator at the yard, we're gonna be designing, for Auburn Reservoir needs to be seismically checked. And the pump plant, pump station, main pump station at the yard needs to be done, and those are large dollar amounts.
Right, okay.
And as I get to the enhancements, one of the enhancements you'll see is gonna identify as part of our capital plan going forward. So here's our division plan. So well 4 rehabilitation, so that's another project that'll be funded. It's a capital project. So that'll be rehabilitating the well, which will improve its efficiency and reliability and extend its service life. Mainline infrastructure rehabilitation, so replacing our main lines as we have, they've exceeded their useful life cycle. This is the one project I was telling you about that's one of our enhancements, is the water system master plan and hydraulic model update. Last one was 2017. We actually do not have the hydraulic model anymore. Nobody knows where it's at. Our IT people tried to find it on our computers. I've actually contacted the people who created it and who they sold the company to. It's gone.
Oh my God,
So we have to start from scratch on that.
holy smokes. We worked hard on that.
A hydraulic model, that basically is a computerized model of your system, so it'll simulate the
that.
operations of your system, so it helps, when they do the model, it helps identify
have a
your
copy?
infrastructure needs.
Folks used to have copies of everything in the water area.
Well, that's a computerized model, so it'd be on one of the, it would be on the server, and our IT guys looked everywhere for it. Unfortunately, couldn't find it, because
Okay.
those are
Wow.
great tools. So the master plan estimates $150,000, and then new safety equipment of $6,000 for the field crews for budget enhancements. And there's the summary table. So now we're on to sewer. So 360 hydrants flushed. So they use the hydrants as they fill up the tank for the sewer maintenance when they clean the sewer mains out with the jetter truck. So 85,000 linear feet of sewer main line cleaned, 20,000 feet of sewer CCTV inspection, and then 200 manhole inspections. And remember, that was, the mainline cleaning is limited because of the vehicle, the outdated vehicle that we're replacing that you guys approved for us to replace because it was 30-plus years old and not meeting AQMD requirements either, so that limited us to 1,000 hours, actually. Sewer revenue budget, so like I said, that's on sales. That's based on the sales of water only and other charges, so 1.3% increase. And this is the same as the water. The rates will go up in July as from the rate study. And our revenues go for ongoing maintenance and operations of the sewer system and for any capital needs as well. So our expenditures, you can see capital is very limited right now on the sewer side of things.
So that 256, is that that's not the truck. The truck's less than that. What was the 256?
It's the truck, but the truck was half funded out of the sewer fund and half funded out of development impact fees for sewer. So you're only seeing the sewer fund portion of that.
So it was 500,000.
It was
460
460 and change, yeah.
When is that going to be delivered?
We're in the process of PO. It's about a 210 to 300 day lead time.
Oh, geez. Wow.
You think that's long?
I get in a fire truck.
The fire truck. So our budget enhancements, same thing, the sewer system master plan, $150,000, and that's the hydraulic model as well, and that one is poof, as well, was disappeared. And the master plan really wasn't a master plan. It was in conjunction when we did what was required by the state water board, which was the sewer system master plan. A real master plan will look at the whole system and look at all your infrastructure needs, and that's where the hydraulic model comes into play, because it'll tell if you have any hydraulic deficiencies or anything, and then all the video logging we have will tell of any structural deficiencies, as well as, any historical records we have on the age of the pipe.
It'd be time to redo it anyways at this point, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be time
Well,
to
they were
redo.
10 years old.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be time to do another master
Yeah.
plan either way.
Should have been done 3 years ago, really. So
Well,
there
the
are
master
one.
plan is different from the hydraulic model. That's not.
Yeah,
gonna
the master
change.
plan is the actual planning document where they evaluate the whole system, but the hydraulic model help assist in that.
Right. But that doesn't change much.
No, the hydraulic, just especially here, because our system's pretty well built out, it's
Yeah.
not gonna change much. But it will help as,
We can't
When you
find
have
that
a-
on an old computer somewhere, maybe in the attic.
they've searched everywhere.
Wow.
They've searched the network system, they've searched the computers down at the yard, they're nowhere. And it would just help to start from, build off of it, but it's not gonna take much for them to do a new one. It's just our data, we give them the data, our flow data and pressure data in the system. But an accurate hydraulic model will help, like, say if we had an accurate hydraulic model, we had a consultant run a model for us based on the development that was going in at the Meadows. We could identify truly what infrastructure and if we needed to do any other upgrades leading into it. So minus 1.9% overall. And that's also with the allocations not incorporated. And then work plan is the sewer system master plan and hydraulic model update, infrastructure maintenance and rehabilitation. We've got $100,000. We'll probably do some manhole rehabilitations. And then worry about, we'll see what master plan comes up with, because we'll have that, should be wrapped up by next spring for budget time and being able to identify what projects we're gonna have proposed in next year's CIP plan for water and sewer. And then continue CCTV inspection of the sewer infrastructure, which that'll help with the master plan. And then we don't have anything there, but it'll be for infrastructure enhancements and management of our infrastructure throughout the city. Then I'll field any questions.
And related to that, before we jump into any questions, there was one item in the sewer fund that we missed due to the timing of the approval of the contract with Enterprise. Part of that was transitioning the city's mechanic from the fleet fund to the sewer fund, so that we would have a two-person crew in the sewer maintenance operation. And the mechanic would be responsible for light-duty maintenance on equipment and things of that nature. And we discussed that at a 70%, 30% allocation. Because of the timing of that, we were remiss and did not include that in the budget. So we are requesting sort of a friendly amendment, if the council's agreeable to it, to include that reallocation of that position, which also requires a reclassification of the title from city mechanic to sewer maintenance operator, and there's based off of the salary schedule, there's a slight bump. The cost is about $8,000.
What was the title? Sewage what?
Sewer maintenance, I don't know whether it was gonna be.
Sewer
lead
maintenance
work.
operator, lead worker, I forget what the title is.
All right, is there any questions from council that hasn't already been asked?
So with the reconciliation, I know that didn't come up, but there's a line item for the enterprise fleet for $260,000 for the year. Can you explain how many vehicles and what kind of vehicles? I actually pulled up the what Enterprise had provided us, the spreadsheet. There's options A, B, and C. Can you just kind of enlighten me on that? Because $260,000 a year seems a lot for 1 year to me.
Well, we're looking at about 11 to 13 vehicles, because we're added some new ones as we were going through this whole iteration of the budget. So some new vehicles for the replacements for the police department, so the police chief, the captain, and their CSO, and then a vehicle for the public works for myself as part of I'm allowed a vehicle.
Mhm.
And then a new vehicle for the fire chief, and they've got a request also for a vehicle that they would utilize when they do mutual aid and send crews out somewhere else, that they would transport them in that and back. Just got a,
Like mutual aid or like strike team? Or?
no, when they send, chief could tell me how they use it. My gist was, when they go somewhere else, they send like 4 people off to help somewhere else, and then they bring them back.
I can elaborate real quick. Yes, it'd be a multi-purpose staff vehicle. One of the things we're doing right now, when we go out and do inspections, some of our personnel are taking private vehicles to do that. That would allow them to do it. But most importantly is mutual aid throughout the state. When we go up there and our equipment stays there, but we do a personnel swap, we need to get personnel and equipment up there. At that point, that is also reimbursable to the city for the use of a city vehicle as well.
But just during that time, not for the whole.
No, what I meant to say is we also have overhead positions now. So a fire line paramedic, we could take a city vehicle out there and get reimbursed for that vehicle.
How often are we doing that?
Last year was the first year we implemented it. We did send somebody out.
How many times?
One time was the only request we
So
had
we
last
would
year.
buy a vehicle for all these things that we could rent a car for to do that, like wouldn't that seem
Yes,
more
ma'am, but
economic?
again, for instance, it's just not feasible to rent a car for inspection purposes, to go out,
Oh, no, yeah.
training. We send people to training, we'd have to rent cars to do that, mandated training that we send people out. Most importantly, it's a staff vehicle we don't have. If we need to run and get equipment and get supplies, people are taking private vehicles, that's a liability on the city. They get in an accident.
So this would be a dedicated car to fire department,
Correct.
not to not shared with anybody else?
I mean, we might borrow it if they're not using it. but-
Thank you.
Just
Yeah.
seems expensive for something like not
Because
necessary.
I'm looking at the replacement schedule, even on the most conservative, like the fewest amount of vehicles, some of them have, I know they're a little older, but they have mileages of like 58,000, 57,000. I don't know if you were going by their replacement or you kind of created your own replacement schedule.
What I did was, including the new ones that we're getting, these last ones, iterations, I had them give me a list to include those, and then the group of other ones that would fit in that $258,000. I've just got it, so I haven't fine-tuned it yet to look at it. And then come July 1, that's when we would be working on placing the order. And then it all depends on availability when they start rolling in.
So you said 11 vehicles?
I think it was 11 or 13.
So
I'd have
we're-
to look at the list that fits under that 258.
We're looking probably 1,700 and 1,900 a month per vehicle. Are these, any of these heavy-duty vehicles?
Some of them will be our crew trucks, the ones that they use in Public Works.
All right. Because when we approved this, I mean, I was okay to approve it, but it was my understanding we might have more of a pilot program to see how it worked out. Like, I'm not trying to gut your budget, but I want to make sure we're doing the responsible thing here. That includes maintenance as well?
Yeah, it's
On all
all,
these?
maintenance is all encompassing.
And the aftermarket outfitting of these vehicles, which is incorporated into that cost.
Oh, the outfitting. Some of them, if it's like a dump, like a flatbread that needs a dump truck type of
Correct.
apparatus.
Correct.
Okay.
The utility bodies.
So is that some of the, because I know some of these were, ones that had an F-350 chassis, but it was a dump bed and safety lights and all those other
Yep.
things.
Yeah, we already walked through the upfitting of the vehicles for Public Works, Police, and Fire.
So the upfittings included in that
Yep.
260,000. Still kind of, I don't know. I didn't expect like a full spreadsheet on this, but I'm still, that per vehicle cost on a kind of a pilot program is still kind of giving me a little bit of pause. But I mean, it's hard to, you're only increasing your budget by like 1.2%, so it's hard to quibble with you, but I want to make sure that we're,
Well, this is coming from his budget, but if it's a fire department car, isn't it going to fire department
at
budget?
least, no, it's fleet.
So your
comes
fleet
out of
goes
Public
fully
Works.
under there no matter who's using it.
It's
Yeah.
equipment maintenance. They put it under equipment maintenance fund.
Okay.
So it's all encompassing for all the vehicles.
Huh. Is that normal?
That's where we have the funding at the moment. We may change our approach in terms of how we budget these vehicles. Instead of using them in the internal service fund, we'll just directly charge the department that's
Yeah, like code
leasing the
enforcement.
vehicle.
Yeah.
But we don't know what vehicles we're acquiring and when, so we're using the resources that we have in that fleet fund in order to make that acquisition.
Yeah. And I know what you're going to ask.
No.
Oh,
Is the number that is the overall number the thing that's giving you pause?
Yeah, the dollar amount per vehicle per month
It's per vehicle, okay.
It's, to me, it seems rather high for a lease payment and a maintenance on new vehicles, which maintenance would be minimal.
Yeah.
But there is upfitting, but some of the upfitting costs aren't. Some are, I mean, some of these vehicles we're looking 24,000, 22,000 for the upfit, which again I don't have we don't have which vehicles are part of this 260,000.
We're kind of stabbing in the dark here. I mean,
Yeah, it's hard to.
Well, we provided that to the council when
Yeah,
we brought
we did.
Enterprise in here as part of the presentation that they gave.
Yeah, but I don't know which ones Director Dickinson is, because I have it in front of me right here. I'm looking at the
Yeah.
spreadsheet. But I don't know which one Director Dickinson was estimating, or if he's going with replacement A, B, or C, or if he created his own.
Well, they were the vehicles that we agreed to.
That's correct.
I recall some of them pickup trucks and a couple staff cars
And PD vehicles were
PD
pending
vehicles.
the Judy Chu
right.
grant and all of that, but yeah,
Right.
it was
So there were
mostly
a
public works.
variety, a different variety of them.
Correct.
Yeah, we did vet that.
I think the shock value is like we said before, that there were different kind of processes that we could determine how many we're going to take and how many we're not, and if this was a pilot program. So when we were discussing it, we said we can order what we like, and we can either go all in and buy as many or not, and that was part of the discussion. So this is the all-in package. This is the package that was presented as if we went all in and got the 13 cars, which they estimated in 2026, and then 5 cars in 2000. But we approved moving forward, but we didn't approve how many we would buy. So that's kind of what we're looking at now, I'm guessing, is what you're
Yeah.
indicating. Yeah.
I don't remember approving a certain amount of cars.
No, we did not.
That was
No.
not my recollection.
Yeah.
Other than the approval.
Then he said that was up to us on how quickly we move forward or what we purchased, and that was totally up to our decision.
The budget that was presented in the contract that was presented, the total value of that over the, I think, 4 or 5 year term of the lease agreement, I think was predicated on the replacement of the 37
Well, I think it's less than that because some of them are just being phased out because they don't get used.
some odd vehicles. So the total value of the program over the 5 years was that $1.6-ish million figure, if I'm remembering correctly. And we agreed to do 13 vehicles in year 1, and then we had phased amounts over the 5-year plan. And then the total cost of the program was around $400,000 a year for the lease program, which was sort of what we were allocating in the fleet fund for ongoing operations and things of that nature.
I thought it said 256,000 year 1, 355,000 year 2, and then the maximum was going to be in year 5 at 460,000.
Yeah,
So it actually was only 258,000 for this year.
right, and we have 260 in the budget.
260.
Okay.
No.
But again, that was up to our purview of how much we wanted to buy. Like if that was the package we looked at, and they said we can go as fast or slow as we want to.
Correct.
Correct, okay. And is that including a new code enforcement car in there? Because
I
I know
haven't-
we're driving an old
It's in the
gas
replacement
guzzling
schedule.
Tahoe that I don't see why we need that for code
I
enforcement.
don't know whether it was in year 1 or year 2, but it was in the replacement schedule, and I think that was one of the ones that we targeted for an electric vehicle, like a
Yes,
Ford
that's what I was
Maverick
looking
or
at.
something to that effect.
Especially right now.
Right.
Yeah, the issue with acquiring the electric vehicles is that we currently don't have the charging infrastructure on the
Just have
fleet
the one,
side. Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I think
8
that,
new charging stations.
It's a CIP in the budget.
And we've got money from Clean Power Alliance where we can put in charging. That's one of the funds that we've applied for,
Oh,
is that should pay for the funding stations.
The energized communities, yes.
Yes, the energized,
They're
thank
in
you.
the process of evaluating the information. James got the application, the questionnaire in, so
And that's 250, right, for that one?
sounds about right.
Yeah, that'll get you a lot of charging stations, or us a lot of charging stations.
Should get us several.
Yeah.
any more questions?
no, I mean, I'm still having issues with this. It seems like I'm probably be outvoted on it anyway, but I don't recall approving a certain dollar amount. You know, I explicitly asked the question during that, we can only do 1 car if we wanted, right? Yeah, you can do 1
Yeah.
car, you know, and try it out. And, you know, this was part of the discussion. Maybe I didn't think there was a resolution, I thought. But maybe I didn't read the resolution in total, and that would be my error.
Well, it's still up to us right now on what we do.
Yeah.
I mean, if it is funded enough through, a small increase, then that's what we can look at. If we want to even it out to 0, then we do less.
So
And,
so are we in discussion, or do we?
well,
I
there is
think
no
that's-
public
that's
comment.
This
We
is all
can-
discussion.
We offer it up to
format
public
is.
comment if we
Okay,
want,
okay.
so we will open up to public comment, but
Yeah, I'm,
wanna
maybe
go
we can hear
back?
some public comment, and
Okay.
we can follow up on that.
Okay.
If we
Does
have-
anybody else?
And this could be part of the actual voting on the budget, right? So we're expressing right now, or you're expressing right now, concern about the cost of the vehicles. And so I guess we probably need to give a little bit more guidance before they come back with a budget. But ultimately, the voting on the item is going to be at the budget.
Yes, correct.
The second meeting in June, yeah.
All right, do we have any more public comment out here who would also like to weigh in? And can we get our timers? Well, we are not necessarily doing a timed speech because we're responding, so
I'll be quick.
no worries. I trust you.
I would like to see a little bit more attention put on our trees. I don't know that the city budget's enough to maintain our trees. And I can give you specific examples of trees that have died and have never been replaced. And this goes back even many years even. If you look around the town, there's plenty of, you see openings in the parkway where there used to be a tree and now there is not one. And others where they're not trimmed and maintained, and I'm afraid they're not going to grow properly if they're not properly maintained. So, yeah, just like to see that, you give that some attention. I don't know how your budget is changing for trees, but it definitely needs some attention. Thanks.
And are those done through that we contract that,
WCA.
correct?
We do, and we have to rebid that contract.
Okay.
Okay, then back to the sidewalk thing. I think you're both right. I think the program that used to be in place used to be primarily to place sidewalk in front of your house. And I remember the terms were if the person who owns the house in front of it would pay for the materials, our public works guys would do the work itself. But it may also apply to replacing. I just don't remember specifically. And it may have just gone away because it never got a lot of publicity anyway.
No.
It's nothing that the city promoted. And with the change, we've had several public works directors now and, maybe just faded away.
And I don't know what the current base budget amount is for tree maintenance. Perhaps Director Dickinson or Mr. Carlson knows that number, but we are proposing a $70,000 increase in the budget for more tree maintenance and tree trimming, proactive tree trimming.
That's a lot of tree trimming, right?
Well, I cut my trees at my house and it was like $2,200
Oh,
bucks.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And that was maybe like, I don't know, 7 or 8 trees. So I don't know how much 70,000 will get you.
I paid $7,000 to take one tree out of my backyard.
Yeah. I mean, tree trimming is expensive and Mr.
Very
Capocha is correct. The city should be on an annual cycle. They're typically 4 or 5 year cycles where we touch every public tree and perform maintenance. And certainly just by looking at the city's tree canopy when you're driving around town, that has not occurred.
In some of the, and I don't know if it's West Coast Arborist or if it's SCE's, but some of the pruning and a lot of it's like topping of the trees, and I don't think that's very healthy because they're not regrowing properly. Do we have any say on that? If it's SCE coming in or if it's our
It depends on the tree. If it's a private tree, we don't.
I'm
If
talking
it's-
about ones in the public right away.
Yeah, then we should, because there are trees, and they should be letting us know that they're coming in and performing that maintenance.
The only thing is, SCE has to follow PUC regulations on how they have to have how far it has to be away from wires and everything. So there's not a whole bunch you can do. We actually had a resident complain about it, that Edison went in and trimmed his trees, and I said, city has no control over it. That's Edison, it's in their right of way. They have to follow PUC regulations for tree trimming to ensure that there's no potential for tree branch falling on the wire and causing an outage. Like Mike said, one of the things is since I've been here, basically what they do, it's been more of trimming the trees upon request and not a designed area. So we're gonna plan on doing it, a certain percentage in each zone of the city, because we have zones already, so it'll be, 15, 20% a year over a 5-year period. So like Mike said, each tree can be touched and looked at over a 5-year cycle.
Was it 3 or 4 years ago that there was discussion about replacing those ficus trees along Baldwin and replacing them with oak trees? Do you recall that, Gene? I don't know if that was I don't know what happened to that program
Nope.
either.
You sure didn't move on it, I know that.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. That's a program we've been working on for over 10 years. We decided we didn't want to take all ficus out at one time. So over the last 10 years, I believe off the top of my head, we've done about 6 removals and 7 additions to the west side of South Baldwin.
So that program is still going?
Yeah, it's informal. The ficus trees cost $25,000 to $30,000 to remove. So it's one of those judgments that might come up at the end of the fiscal year if we can do one or two or like that.
Expensive.
You know, on some of that too, we were talking with CAL FIRE and LA County Fire when it came to the canopy, and especially in the canyon and some of the areas that sometimes there are grant funds for that type of clearance, just like we use the conservation crew. So in the future, like, we can always look at some of that too once we get some of our fire safe council and Firewise going. All right. No more public comment. Is there more discussion? Do you want to give more guidance? I know I would like to see an electric car being used for like the more common driving positions like code enforcement, or if it is, I don't know if we could do a utility type truck for fire, if it's also doing that, if it could be electric, but I just value that if it's a car that's being driven all the time, that I would prefer that as well. Not a Tahoe like mine.
Understood.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Tahoe I have gets 9 miles to the gallon in town. When I'm out of town, I get much better, but yeah.
Any more guidance that we have for Director Dickinson?
You're not done with him yet. He still has capital.
Yes, but I kind of piece it out.
Sure.
Because I don't know if you prefer that. It kind of helps us. Okay.
Well, thank you for putting this together. Obviously, we want to continue with our water main replacement program, and hopefully we can fast track some of those. But thank you.
Well, that's the plan, because the more main replacement we have, those other numbers drop on the leaks and reduces the pothole problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for taking over such a big feat without a lot of data or things to go on.
It's a challenge. Challenge comes opportunity. And then there's the reconciliation, which similar to all the others.
There's 3 reconciliations, yeah?
Yes, 3.
Operations?
Yeah, one.
Sewage op-
And now we'll go to CIP, Capital Improvement Plan. So Capital Improvement Plan is a multi-year plan that identifies specific projects and major equipment purchases and estimates their cost. It's our blueprint for how we're going to move forward in developing and scheduling projects. So like on the water and sewer side is our master plans. One of the projects that Mike pulled, the facilities master plan, would do for our facilities and buildings. So completed projects in 2026. First and foremost, the library. Completed-ish.
June 6th.
That's a new word.
Mariposa and Auburn parking lot resurfacing, we did both of those this year. So that was just a slurry seal. Talking to the contractor that did the slurry seal, the Mariposa probably down the road, we'll have to basically rip that one out and start from scratch, because shifting of the elevations and stuff, we're starting to see large cracks in the asphalt. And then, like I said, though, one of the projects that was carried over was the Woodland Drive water main and repaving project. Proposed CIP. So due to limited capital resources, we prioritize funded recurring projects like streets or water mains, which have recurring funding sources for them. And then the city manager will recommend to council consider development of a capital project prioritization policy. Our process is, we, as you know, you guys authorized us and awarded contracts for on-call engineering. So I've been issuing task orders to the various engineering firms for certain projects as we're moving forward. And that's how we go about it. I issue them a task order. Here's basically the scope of work, what I'm looking for. They'll come back with a cost estimate. I'll review the cost estimate, and then we will sign that estimate and say, move forward, and they'll go through the process of the design of that project. Once we get the final plans and specifications, we'll put our bid package together and put it on our Planet Bids for bidding, get our bids back, bring it back to council for award of contract. Once we have a contract and purchase order in place, then we'll schedule with the contractor to construct the project, whatever that may be. Funding sources, we have varying funding sources from general fund. Water fund and our special revenue funds are our largest. Special revenue funds being our Prop C, our gas tax, Measure R, Measure M, and RMRA, which is the SB1. And then that's where Mike said we have the matching on the general fund side of things for that RMRA funding. We have to have a capital portion matching that. And then development impact fees and our sewer fund, and then internal service funds, and then any grant funds we may get.
And the special revenue fund there in 27 is the library?
No, most of our special revenue funds, this is our street, the gas tax and all that I put in place.
So that.
Because the library's completed, so this is,
So why is the special revenue fund only showing up in fiscal 27 and not?
we haven't projected out going forth for any special revenue funds yet.
We
For
use
gas
those
tax
special
and
revenue
everything.
funds for street projects, and because we haven't completed the pavement management plan, we don't know how to allocate past fiscal 28. So we haven't identified those projects.
So we have identified water projects in fiscals 28 and to 30. 31.
Correct.
But we don't have, weren't we just talking about having a water master plan? Wouldn't the water master plan influence the projects that are there? And because our water master plan aren't we redoing that also in this?
We are, but we decided for the water main replacement projects to show 5 years worth of funding. Where the streets, we left it out. We could have continued that million through the 5-year plan, but they would not have been allocated to any specific street.
And these water ones are just specific lines. So in 2030, you know which water lines you'd be addressing.
We don't.
Okay, so you're doing it with water. You're doing a flat, close to $1 million. It looks like a little more than $1 million.
$1.5 million. Yeah.
Million and a half.
Yeah. So you're doing it with water, but you're not doing it with streets.
Correct.
Why?
Well, anything past fiscal 27 is just for planning purposes.
Sure.
We can add that to the schedule and present it back to the council when you present the proposed budget for adoption, that we have a project page with the allocation over the 5-year period. Just, we didn't identify the streets and we left it off.
I just see.
It's inconsistent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, you're correct.
Fair enough. I don't need to beat it.
I guess because you know exactly what your water funds are going to do to do water mains, but it's harder to do roads because they come from such different budgets. They're both capital projects, but we know what we can do for water mains
Well, the worst
because we know that income.
The worst roads are a product of leaky water mains.
Or
So the reality of it is, right, we attempted to bring you a 5-year capital plan, which had previously never existed in any real format. If we had not included at least one 5-year plan, it would have looked like fiscal 27, fiscal 28, and then we were doing nothing in 29, 30, and 31. Some of these projects have multiple year time horizons, which is why you see funding in 27 and 28. We just put together what we thought we could present to you in a reasonable way as part of this first iteration of the CIP.
I appreciate the direction you're going on it. I don't want to be overly critical on it, and I see kind of where you're headed, and I like the direction, and I like the idea that you're going to be building on this over time. So, great framework, great skeleton. Let's continue to flesh it out.
do you remember what it looked like last year?
There
It was
didn't
it was
exist.
it was a chart, and it had projects that we would like to do with not fully estimated costs, or nothing behind the estimated cost, and it was a list.
Right.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
It's a work in progress.
Project uses, so got our streets there that we're doing, the majority of water, and then the various other ones. And then facilities is another good chunk of change that we'll be using it on.
And what facilities?
We'll
We'll get to
be getting to that.
All right.
So just over $9 million of total funded projects. So each capital project has a page like this. This is just an example of one. So each of the streets segments that we're doing, it has a page like this. The water main has a page like this. Every CIP we've got has a CIP project page like this. And then, for example, so you'll see like this on the streets, any project that has any engineering to it. So you'll, at the very bottom, you'll see the portion that's for design engineering and then construction. And then your total project cost. And typically design engineering cost is about 10% of the total project cost. And then, so here's our street projects that we've got identified for this next fiscal year. So South Mountain Trail, and that'll be in conjunction with the mainline replacement project. And our cost estimate is based on the square footage of the project and then a estimated dollar cost based on a most recent street paving project. As we move forward and get bids, this could be different based on price of asphalt moving forward. So then we have Kaya Lane, Monterey Lane, Auburn Lane, Las Rocas Drive, Orange Drive, and Valley Vista Street. And then here's our water project. So water main replacement projects. So that reason that's over $1.5 million is because we're carrying over projects. We have the Carter Avenue, the South Mountain Trail, which we estimate, and then Lima Street. Well number 4 project, $1 million to rehabilitate that whole well and new electrical equipment. Water main lining, this is where we would line a water main that you can't really replace as an open cut due to logistics where they're located at. So you do a lining where it would go in, they would scrape the pipeline and then put in a polyethylene liner or a fiberglass liner. So then that keeps, because the structural integrity may be still there for the pipe, just may have some pinhole leaks. So the structural integrity is there and then the liner eliminates the leaks.
Where's that at?
We don't have that specifically identified. I know Stephen has some streets in line, but I didn't specifically list one.
Previously, I think we did it in the canyon where the water main was subterranean. Well, they all are, but it was going through a hillside, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Or some of these, maybe if they're in easements on people's property, like we got an issue going up above Carter where we've had to repair a leak and there may be another ongoing leak there. Or then maybe that's when we look at a liner.
When we receive impact fees from new development, I know most of this is funded through the gas tax, and thank you for those individual project sheets are wonderful because it shows the allocation from where all the funds are coming from. But do impact fees ever come into this?
We can use that as a funding source.
Okay.
Yeah, right now we're just using water funds, but we should take a look at those impact fees and try to figure out how to spend that money because they have a time horizon. For the impact fees that we collect, we have to spend them within 5 years. I believe is the number. Where's Harry? 5 years? I'm getting 5 in the back.
On all of them? So even like Quimby fees?
All of them.
Wow.
Any impact fee, yeah.
Okay.
And some of the projects that are planned are utilizing those fees. So we got pressure regulating valve upgrades, so that'll replace some of our pressure regulating valves. We've got 3 of them, 3 locations identified. So this will replace older infrastructure, and these regulating valves are critical because if it fails, you got a higher pressure coming down where it doesn't get regulated down, and then that lower pressure zone, then it gets higher pressure. You may have blowouts at people's residences or main lines blowing out, which is worse. Then, like I said, Auburn tank rehabilitation. So this is just for the evaluation portion, the engineering portion. It'll look at it and then come up plans and specifications for retrofitting it. And this is the design just for the water main plant pump station, $150K. So the project itself is about $1.5 million.
So we were fortunate that our public works is amazing and we filled our reservoirs prior to the January 5th fire. And we never lost pressure in our system and all that stuff. But have we considered replacing or adding to our water meters a check valve? Because they don't, the whole reason was because if you lose pressure, then the water can go back and forth through the meter. I understand that no, meters generally don't have it and it's really expensive, but is that something we've contemplated, maybe closer to the northern side of the city where we would have loss of pressure?
Typically, a check valve, those will end up failing usually. Single check valves like that, not typically because it's potable water. You're more concerned where the requirements are where you have to have backflow devices on irrigation or commercial sites, where you don't know where there's a possibility of somebody using a processed water and a plumber indirectly connecting the potable water inside some commercial building with non-potable water. So there's requirements for backflow there, but on residential, unless it's, they've got like irrigation on a higher elevation, then you would require a backflow device on their meter. One of the things you said, like pressure, we're looking in we have 4 meters in our system right now that actually measure pressure and temperature. So we're gonna be moving towards purchasing more of those meters. So we got another grant from San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District, and my plan is to utilize that funding for purchase of more of these meters, to where then throughout our, basically like our reading zones, for our meter reading zones, having about 10 to 15% of them being these types of meters, which then will be representative of that zone. That way we can show for certain we never lost pressure, and here's what our pressure maintained in that system. And that also may help down the road with fire and getting ISO certification, which then may help residents on their insurance purposes. So
And
if the
is it-
system is ISO rated, then they might be able to get lower insurance rates.
And is there any contemplation of hardening our reservoirs? Because, you know, we are gravity fed, so everything needs to be up in the hills and surrounded by brush. Is there anything we can do? Or, you know, I don't want to assume what we might get in the litigation or anything. I don't know if that could fund some of that, but is that on the horizon or even contemplated, or do cities even do that?
You just keep the clearance around your reservoirs. Brush clearance, make sure you have brush clearance. And a steel reservoir, unless the fire gets real close to it, because apparently during the fire, we had a couple small ones that got fire damage that they haven't put back in the system. So it's just keeping the brush clearance, and you got something like that. That's something nobody could have planned for.
Yeah. No, I was surprised at how well the Auburn Reservoir survived. You walk around that thing, it just,
I've had people ask me about, planning, having your water system for that type of fire. You wouldn't be able to afford it.
Gotcha.
Because you'd be having probably another 40, 50, 60 million dollars of pipeline infrastructure that may never get used. And then you end up with water quality problems because you have water stagnant in that pipeline because it doesn't get turned over as much. Either that or we'd have to go out and flush more frequently, and now that's water wasted.
understood. Thank you.
Well 6 rehabilitation, so it's got a little bit of vibration, so this will evaluate what it is, and then we'll see if there's any major damage. And then city yard backup generator, that's just for design engineering, $175K, so that's about a 1.75, because it's a 1 megawatt generator.
So where would the cost be for replacing a generator?
That's gonna be the following year.
Okay.
So that's some of the stuff that you saw in the 28 thing for water, that's where that is coming into play. And then sewer infrastructure improvements, 100,000. So like I said, that'll be probably manhole replacements, repair, rehabilitation. And then 2027 facilities projects. So here's your facilities, Councilmember Parkhurst, the elevator replacement project at the Aquatic Center, the pool deck resurfacing at the Aquatic Center, finishing up the Lizzie's Trail Inn and Richardson House projects. There's a bigger light at the end of the tunnel for the plants. Had to go back and do some stuff for ADA access, so we had basically almost had the plans shortly after I came here in October, and then needed ADA requirements. So they're almost final. Those plans actually are in planning department for approval. Once I have that final plan, then I'll be able to bid it out.
Two questions. One, the elevator replacement project, that's a full replacement because the elevator, you can no longer find the parts to fix it, correct?
From what I understand, because it's a European, James actually found a booklet for that elevator. But it's a European elevator, so more than likely we won't be able to find parts for it.
The booklet's in French, too.
Yes,
Yeah.
oh, that's great. And for Lizzie's Trail, was that earmarked, did we already have monies budgeted previously and it's been carried over?
It's carried over, because it was a Ogles grant. I forget what Ogles stands for, but
Me too.
it was a state parks grant.
Okay,
And this includes the back house?
The
at
back,
Richardson?
that back little
Still-
shed, that lean-to shed portion.
Good.
And this was before you, but I thought there was fundraising and a cost-sharing improvement for the lights at Heasley Field. Do we know whatever happened with that agreement?
I have never even heard of that.
First time hearing of that, too.
Oh, really?
I don't
Yeah.
remember that
I
either.
think they raised all the money themselves.
They
Yeah.
did,
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't remember a cost there, but I've
Well,
only been here
yeah.
4 years.
Did management analyst Carlson, senior management analyst Carlson?
I can provide a little bit of background on that. There was you're correct, they raised a good amount of money for it, and I believe the city council approved a matching. However, that project didn't go beyond design, and the capital improvement for the Heasley lights was not included in last year's budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Active transportation improvement project, so this will be for bike racks, bike lane improvements, crosswalk safety enhancements, so we'll be moving forward with some plans on that aspect. City Hall ADA parking lot improvement, so our ADA spots, one of them for sure definitely doesn't qualify because you have to have no more than a 2.08% slope. So the one at the curvature, that does not qualify, so that's gonna be designed here shortly. One of our on-call contractors, engineers has that for one of their tasks. Probably looking at basically either where the electric vehicles parked right now by the towable generator, and then the other side of the walk path to City Hall. So the two spots right there in front are the most level spots we have available. So there might not be much grading that needs to be done. A little bit on the one to the east because you need a 60-inch floater on the side of the spot that's crosshatched in blue. So that'll have to be graded up a little bit for slope purposes. And then Memorial Park restroom remodel and Sierra Vista Park, and these ones, like you inquired about, those are Quimby fees.
And on the active transportation, you'll come back with us with details on those?
Yep.
Great.
And then EV charging stations, so there's funding through AQMD funding for EV charging stations.
So we could increase that to almost 300,000 if we get
If we get that, yeah.
the energized communities.
Yep.
Cool.
And we already have the 55,000 in an AQMD fund.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
And then information technology projects, so desktop refresh project, cybersecurity initiatives, data center refresh, so this is our network upsizing from 1 gig to 10 gigs. And then IDP implementation above and beyond my head.
So IDP is?
Oscar, Christian?
IDP stands for Identity Provider.
Come up to the mic because you have people out in the public that would probably want to know that.
Tell us what
too.
you know and how you know it.
IDP stands for Identity Provider. So the idea is to set up extra identity protection through our Office 365 environment and make us more CJIS compliant, things like that.
Is it like two-factor authentication type of thing, or is it different?
That's a separate project.
It's a separate project. This ties into that.
Okay.
That's on the next slide.
Just going back to the EV, is that funded through the AB 2766 funds? Do you know?
thought he said it's no, that one's.
That's
I'm sorry, say that again?
So it's AQMD, but I understand that there's an AB 2766 from 1991 that has funds. I didn't know if it was tied to that AQMD funding.
That I don't know.
Okay.
We have a fund in the city, it's got a balance. We received those funds from AQMD to use for air quality management, and we're gonna buy chargers.
Because there may be another pot of money out there, from what I understand, from this 1991 bill. And this is from AQMD that
Okay.
brought it, and so.
It was AB,
2766, and the bill is from 1991.
we'll look into it.
So then, SSO implementation project for the design, configuration, procurement of support for authentication factor. There you go. Thanks, Christian. And then ZTNA implementation. And then equipment purchases.
Yay.
DNA.
What?
Christian?
Sorry.
Securing remote access for police vehicle mobile data computers.
Yes, ZTNA stands for Zero Trust Network Architecture. It's another evolution of VPN, more secure, and the idea is for use in, or just begin with our police vehicles.
Thank you.
It's for sensitive law enforcement data.
Wrong way. And then equipment purchases, so an asphalt, like I said, the asphalt roller for our patches, and then a concrete grinder for grinding with sidewalk maintenance.
I see a whole little TikTok type reel of you guys with the asphalt roller showing the potholes and how many likes that would get.
Seriously.
Where'd Sophia go? Okay. Show that recording to her.
And then now we get to the fun part. Unfunded capital projects, fleet. So dump truck replacement for Public Works Department, it's getting close to its last legs. And then our risk is medium, so if it were to fail, we would have a hard time filling potholes, or when we have down tree limbs and stuff, we would be using pickup trucks to pick up down debris, picking up other debris, making multiple trips. Frontline ambulance replacement, $350K. Fire engine replacement, $1.5 million. That's as of right now. Year or two, who knows? And then like Mike and the chief said, you know, planning for it, you may have to plan now and get it in 3 years. And then arson vehicle investigator, $50K, and then golf cart hauler, that's for community services, for them moving their tables, chairs, and stuff around.
They're $20,000.
Yeah, it's basically like your little gator things with a little flatbed on the back of it.
Can council use it? Just kidding.
Facilities projects. So City Yard Mechanics Building, $120K, medium risk. That's kind of a ramshackle down there at best. City Yard resurfacing, which is like the south part area. That's, if it fails, then you're gonna, you know, if you don't repair it, you're gonna, any more erosion, you're gonna have more problems, and then just cascades down further as it goes further south. City Yard carport rehabilitation, City Yard EV charging stations, we put in $40K for unfunded. Library parking solar panels, $500K, low because without it, there's no change. Library EV charging stations, and the library parking solar lot panels, we've actually applied, we've submitted paperwork through Power Ready 2 through CPA for similar project at the library that's going in here, so solar and battery storage. And they're in the process of evaluating all that right now.
Power Ready 2 would be for the roof of the library, not the parking lot.
Yeah, the roof of the parking lot. So similar to what's going here.
Okay.
Solar on the roof
Yeah.
and the battery storage.
Got it.
And now we get to the real meat of it. So the facilities master plan, that's $150,000, so that'll evaluate all of our facilities needs and deficiencies. New public safety building, $27 million is an estimate. We actually had TSK engineers who designed the library I was able to squeeze them to come in, walk through the public safety building, and they gave us a rough cost estimate for replacement at various locations, and it's basically 27 million engineer, design and construction. Public Safety Building Foundation, my best guesstimate is $350K. That's the southeast corner there, which is starting to sag. They've had some, where the window is in one of the bunk rooms has broken, so and if it sags more, you may end up with more structural problems on the building going forward.
And this is a facility that is being used 24 hours a day, correct? As a living quarter for a home for our
Correct.
first responders, right?
Yes. And that's the corner that they're in.
Yep.
Police Department jail rehabilitation, the police don't use the jail now, so in discussions with Captain Salcedo, the idea is to repurpose the holding cells and some of the other facilities down there to either to office space. So most of that's lighting, doing some electrical work and some general carpentry and putting doors in the rooms, and then maybe converting the shower to a closet. And then City Hall renovations. So that would be some renovations to bathroom and downstairs in the EOC area.
So has it been your experience when you're looking at it, like a $30 million project, that most cities would have some type of bond measure to pay for something like that?
Typically.
Rather than
Or
try-
loan.
Or loan?
Yeah. 'Cause most cities don't have $27 million in cash. I mean, the best thing would be to write the check.
Would be.
Right.
No interest.
No interest. But typically a 30, 40 plus year capital asset like that would be something that you could, finance over a long period of time. There's generational reasons why you would want to transition that over a longer period.
Okay.
So total facilities projects, $28,855,000. And now unfunded capital projects for parks. Memorial Park playground equipment, $500,000. Memorial Park tennis courts resurfacing, $50,000. And as you remember, one of the previous council meetings when a member of the public got up and spoke about the equipment at the playground. Mount Wilson Trail Park playground equipment, $200,000. Hart Park House Room Addition, $112,000. Parks Master Plan, $100,000. Miscellaneous park improvements, $250K for $1.2 million change.
What would be the reason for the room addition at the Hart House?
Layla?
I mean, I was asking because at some point I didn't know if the staff would all be over the library, if there would be facilities there, like,
It's mostly for storage.
okay.
For storage purposes. The equipment that we have for special events and things of that nature.
Okay.
Circling back really quick, if I may, to the public safety building, because I did anticipate the question. Financing of a new building at the listed amount at 5% over a 30-year repayment period would result in an annual debt service payment of about $1.5 million. So just to give some perspective in terms of if we wanted to do a new building and finance the whole thing, we would need an additional $1.5 million in capacity in the general fund in order to be able to pay the debt service on that.
And that'd be an amortized,
That was over a 30-year period. And
not your typical balloon payment bond.
no, straight
Same amortized.
Straight level debt service, yeah, level debt service. And then I just, because I was playing around with it, because I was having fun, 20-year period with a lower rate, 4%, you're looking at 1.9 million. Right, so 1.5 to 2 million, and that's just to have the building, right? You're talking about equipment and all the other things that need to go in it.
And then safety. So portable radios for PD, CAD system for PD, and portable radios for fire department.
Now, those are unfunded. Did any of I know we have not received funds from the Congresswoman Chu's grants. Would those be earmarked for that?
It would be.
Okay. And what was the amount of that grant?
$1 million and change, $1,031,000.
Sorry, that was it. Sorry.
So there's a summary of it, all right there. And then total. staggering number. Then it is recommended that the council approve the fiscal year 27 to 2031 capital improvement plan. And we'll field any questions.
I'm wondering too, in the future, what we look at feasibility and how we prioritize the unfunded capital projects. And of course, you guys would be able to do that because we don't have the same data you do. But obviously, for some of us, you know, making sure we're functional and could be great. We have a new engine or we have, you know, a great fire department. And all of a sudden, guess what? Where are they going to stay if the building is sinking? It's scary because that's the most expensive unfunded budget item we have.
The $27 million for the public safety building just sounds crazy to me. Yeah, we just spent what's our total expenditure on the library?
10 million and
10 plus, it's like 13 or.
More like 13 million.
13 million.
But it
So-
doesn't house humans, and it also doesn't have the same structural necessities
Okay.
as a public safety building
All right.
that cannot collapse during a disaster.
Different building requirements.
So the public safety building at 27 million, that would not include our fire department.
No, that is.
That-
That's public fire. and
So we'd be
police.
moving the fire in with the police? Because up until now, I thought it was going to be a police building.
There's different options,
Uh-huh.
but it's for both, basically. You could
Okay.
have it as a combined unit or separate, but it was
But
basically
that-
27
So
million.
the 27 million is now for a combined police, fire, public safety building where the Bank of America is, correct?
No,
Or
no,
here.
no, no, no.
We haven't,
Or here.
there's no
It's
location. That's
tons
just
of
a
options.
rough cost
It
estimate.
could be separate too.
Okay,
They could be separate as well. Because
okay.
there was a few different options of where to place it. This is just a dollar placeholder for you guys to have as a,
Okay, so aside from the Bank of America building, where's another realistic place to put it?
one of the places they talked about is back behind here, ripping out the tennis courts.
Okay.
And I think that'd be a huge, like, another agenda item, like discussion of
Right,
all
sure.
these feasibilities and the plans and who comes up with a good plan and.
Well, what I'm getting at is well, I'm not sure why we're talking about that, but it seems like we have this Bank of America building sitting there. It's going to be empty pretty soon. And we bought it to be a police building. So we need to find a use for that, or maybe we talk about selling it and using some of that towards the new public safety building that we then ask the public for a bond on, something like.
Well, that was one of the options too, was utilizing that. That's a
Mm-hmm.
council decision and discussion item, like you said. This is just, was a placeholder of, this is how
Okay, I
much,
gotcha,
this is the estimated cost for it. And that's a whole bigger discussion down the road of locations, because it's, and now, you know, you don't have an elevator at the Bank of America building, so
Right.
it's, how do you gotta retrofit that with an elevator?
So the 27 million would not be a renovation of the Bank of America building. It would be, if you put it there, you'd have to bulldoze it and put a new building up. That's the cost we're talking about.
Yeah, and the Bank of America building can't be renovated for public safety purposes.
Okay.
You'd probably have to tear that thing down and build new construction.
Because public safety, even renovating this was gonna be in the 20-some million because of the building code requirements as a public safety building.
Right.
And then there's also, what we haven't factored in is the renovation of the existing building for whatever department remains.
Right.
So if we take the public safety building out, I mean, I think that's a big thing, and that's a huge rock. And if we consider about $1 million that we would get, hopefully get from Chu's office, so that gives us about $2 million of unfunded capital costs. So what's the potential of funding that and being able to cover that? I mean, it's at that point at 2 million, it seems, seems maybe a stretch, but it seems to me at least reasonable to be able to tackle a large portion of those unfunded capital mandates.
So the Judy Chu money is for equipment purchases only.
Understood. It's $30 million, so that amount of unfunded capital project safety.
Yeah.
750,000. So that's one of the slices of the pie that's up there.
Okay.
Right? 27 million is another slice. So we take, let's just call this 750 a million because that's what Choose Office is going to give us. That's 28 million. We're slightly over 30 million. So there's 2 million there of remaining unfunded capital items. In what we're looking at, is it possible to get to that 2 million with our current funding streams? Or is that too far a stretch out there?
We can chip away at it over time. You know, the real issue is one related to risk, which is why we tried to provide a category on some of these items to identify what those priorities would be if we had additional funding, what we would tackle first.
Right.
And we won't be able to do all of it. I mean, and you know, Director Dickinson and I had this conversation when we were talking about building the budget, right? A $9 million capital plan for the city of Sierra Madre is incredibly ambitious. I don't know that we can deliver on all of those projects in a single year. We're certainly going to give it a college try. And for these other ones, we still have to go through another budget process after we're done with what we have on our plate that we know we need to address and start prioritizing those and moving on down the list. And hopefully along the way, we find grants, we find money, we find other things to start tackling these items. But we had to start somewhere.
No, and I mean, yeah, we've got 9 million. I mean, I applaud that we're able to be able to fund and find ways to do 9 million worth of projects. And yeah, I recognize that is a huge lift. And then we have, you know, remaining 2 to 3 million that is there. Now, it doesn't mean we have any capacity for another natural disaster or something like that, or some financial stress that's out there.
Yeah.
But you know, if we could find a way to fund 27 million for the public safety building.
Yeah. And part of this, you know, the list is going to grow, right? We're going to be doing a water master plan. It's going to identify issues in the water system. We're going to do a sewer master plan. It's going to identify those capital requirements. And the big piece, we've looked at the public safety building, but when we do a facilities master plan and we look at this building, and we look at the public works yard, and we look at some of the other city buildings, that's going to be a number 2.
So this is a conservative number, but we're starting with now.
This is based off of what we think we know today.
Yeah.
And when we have better data after we've studied the sciences of all of those various systems and facilities, that number will grow.
Yeah.
And then with the added funding you were speaking of previously from Clean Power Alliance, I mean, you have library EV chargers, you have city yard EV chargers, you have other things like that add up to like 70,000. So those would be probably more feasibly grant that, or at least funding that you find. And then we have other grants that pop up and things that are important and a priority now that might show up, I'm guessing.
And something might break along the way that we totally haven't even anticipated, like the roof at the yard could fall in, or, you know, I don't know if you've seen some of those facilities, but they're basically, you know, metal sheds, kind of rusty. The shop.
Yeah,
I mean, not in the best conditions.
Or the fact that we have people living in a spot that the foundation's sinking and breaking windows. Like, what does that say about the safety of that area where people are spending the night and sleeping?
And there's that. And, you know, we've even had conversations about hiring a deputy chief position, right? Much needed for the organization, much needed for the community. I don't know where I'm going to put that person. I don't have an office in the public safety building for a deputy chief. And we're outgrowing the spaces that we have. You know, I have public works administration here in City Hall, but I have public works operations at the yard.
Yeah.
You know, that's not the best service delivery model. It's not always convenient for staff when they're trying to work between operations and administration, that you're in 2 different places trying to do the same thing. We have technology now, it's a lot easier. We have Zoom and Teams and all of that, but you know, the old fashioned of I just walk down the hallway to your office and have a conversation with you about the thing sometimes is much more effective than what those tools provide. I'd love to be able to get them all together in a space over at the yard, but that's going to require either renovations to the existing building or a new building.
And all of this also doesn't take into account like a an investment fund going forward. Like you talked about on the fleet, I think it was the fleet, of having a fund of replacement for the maintenance and equipment and all of that. And do other cities have those same type of funds? Is that they're putting money aside because they know things will break, things have to be repaired, things have to, be refreshed.
Yeah, I mean, some cities have had these conversations 20, 30 years ago, and they've set up the financial architecture and infrastructure in order to be able to start financing these things. Other cities are on a pay-go model, and when we have money and we can do the thing, we do the thing. Other cities wait till it breaks, and then we figure it out.
You end up with the Eras Tour of carpets.
Yeah, and then you have the Eras Tour of carpets, right?
Well, I think, let's ask if we have any more public comment before we start more discussion. Does anybody else have public comment on capital improvements? All right. Oh, come on up. Come, don't be sorry.
No.
This is the most exciting time ever. We have a budget public comment.
I think you forgot to add one thing to your future capital. The bathroom by Dapperfield and the Rose Float building is probably the worst bathroom in the city. So that's ancient. And that hasn't been touched in many years, so probably should add that to the list.
Thank you. And bathrooms for certain facilities have a higher standard too. Like if it's a bathroom where kids are going to be, it's a different standard for a bathroom for adults. Sure.
One great thing that the city did was convert the tennis courts to pickleball. Now you've got as many as 60 people at one time playing pickleball, and that's the bathroom they use.
Oh. Note, I did not even think about that. Where were you when we planned that? We should have included that in the grant. All right, any more discussion? I appreciate the priorities that were made so far in the capital improvement, like what we need to do first, and the things that are what we need to reach for. I like how I like how it's prioritized with the risk factor, in hopes that we might get some new funding at some point and some type of payoff or something would be fantastic.
Well, yeah, if one lesson we can learn from history is the fact that we had an idea and plans already created for the library really helped in us getting that grant fund for the library. So I think a lot of this planning that Director Dickinson's been doing and his staff has been doing is leading us to when these grant opportunities do arise, we can say we have something in the can ready to roll, and hopefully that helps us when grants do come around.
I have heard that a lot in the grant world right now, especially with the legislation backing certain grants that they want ready-to-go projects. So that is as handy, especially if it comes to EV, if it comes to facilities like bathrooms, things like that.
And I think for the public safety building, is Brian still here? Oh, he's behind the podium. We got sort of a back of the napkin estimate on the design, and it was several $1 million.
That's where the 27 came in, so you had about 2 something on the design for it, and then the rest was the construction.
So.
Okay.
And like you said, that's most of it for especially projects like that, they want shovel ready.
Yeah.
So you'd basically have to have a design in place.
Ready to go.
So before you'd even have a design, you'd have to have a location and location to have the design for that location.
Yeah. All right.
So maybe when the library foundation wraps up, there can be a public safety foundation, because I think the library foundation was crucial in getting that.
Yeah.
We had a conversation about Friends of the Fire Department today. It was a real conversation, so.
There are fire department foundations in other cities.
GoFundMe.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for all that hard work.
There's a lot of preparation.
I think we should recess for the night. Don't know if you guys want to keep going.
This was so much fun. Let's do it again tomorrow night.
Yes. We'll
So
hear
tomorrow-
from the rest of our amazing staff.
Tomorrow we'll pick up with planning, library and community services. and then, the rest of the operating departments.
Sounds great.
Okay?
So do I have to make a motion to continue that? No, I don't? Okay.
It's noticed.
And I'm just
We can
going to
just
adjourn our
adjourn.
meeting for the night. I'm not asking for a motion, and we're just doing it.
Man.
Woohoo! Turn back in, everybody out there. Come on down. Make public comment.